could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
That's great. I don't.
You are watching Poindexter. Thanks for the lights, Jay. Roger, Rose, and Call of Duty. I smell like onions and you're watching Poindexter.
That's great. I don't.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on. And I'm glad you're that for me.
That's great. I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is good to have you with me in the lounge today. Now, look, if this is your first time to the lounge, I'm sorry that you haven't been here for all the times before this, because there's lots of in-jokes, there's lots of fun stuff that we've done, there's lots of really cool things that we've accomplished, and I mean, lots of places we've been, lots of people we've talked to, lots of things we've seen, but hey, you're here now, so welcome. Let's move forward. Hey, if you're into cool things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more, then hey, then you have found the right place. So please hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, join this growing group of nerds. And hey, if you're already subscribed, then make sure that you're still subscribed, because you just never know what's going on around here at the lounge. You never know what's going on with the tube of you. So please make sure you're still subscribed. And other than that, hey, we're glad to have you here. We're so glad that you have joined us. We're so glad that you are part of this growing group of nerds. You like the hat? I love the hat. I love this hat, man. I am so glad I found this hat. But hey, otherwise, hey, you've subscribed to the right place. So please join this growing group of nerds and let's have some fun. All right, let's have some fun together. Let's do this thing together and do it right. Do it right. First of all, tonight, if it looks like my eyes are red, they are. My eyes are like dry and itchy tonight, and I literally, I kind of got a little bit of the sniffles. I'm good, but yeah, I literally said to Tiff before I started the show, I'm like, hey, I need some clear eyes. So my eyes are like super itchy, and so but I'm good. So glad to have you all here. So thankful for all of you guys, and glad that you're part of the lounge. And hey, it's Saturday night. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk about some cool nerd stuff, and hopefully talk about some stories that that you're interested in. But of course, before we get started, as always, we want to thank the supporters of the Poindexter Lounge. Thank you guys for your patronage. Here are all the patrons. Thank you guys so much for all that you guys do to support the lounge, especially in this time recently. We're so grateful. Boy, why is that slowing down? Look at that. Look how slow that's going by. But hey, but then of course here come the members, and they're just quick out the gate. Look at them. My goodness, they're like that guy from the Micromans commercial. Look how fast they're going by. What the heck is going on? I have no idea what's going on. But hey, thank you to everyone who has joined the lounge. And of course, thank you to everyone who gives super chats on a regular basis. We're so grateful to all of you guys for keeping things going around here at the lounge. Can't say enough how much we love you. And of course, to anyone who just wants to support the channel in any way, you guys, we are grateful to all of you. So there is a PayPal and a Cash App link down in the description below. Some of you guys have asked to take advantage of that and just give to the lounge. And so we're thankful for that. And so you guys can do that. And that's a little way that that circumvents the YouTubes and all that stuff, and helps actually all of it to come to the lounge. So we're just grateful to all of you guys, no matter what you do. Look, whether you give anything financially to the lounge or not, we're just thankful that you watch the channel. Really. And then, of course, also, if you want to get something a little bit back for what you give, you of course, can go ahead and check out our store link down in the description below. And there's lots of cool, fun stuff down there that you can check out, including our newest offerings. And so lots of cool shirts in there. You can put these designs on different things, designs, I should say, because it's not just shirts, but you can get any one of these designs on a number of items. And so holidays are coming up. It's going to be a time for gift giving. What better way to say I love you and to say, here's a gift from me to you, than providing them with Poindexter Lounge merchandise. Now, some of your friends or family may look at you strange and say, what the heck is this? But it's okay. It's all right. It'll be all right. You know what? You'll just have to tell them, look, I'm really telling you that I love you by sharing something with you that I really love in the Poindexter Lounge. All right. So so check all that stuff out and have some fun with that, because it's a lot of fun. And it tells people that that you're a type of person who likes to have fun by being part of the lounge. All right, let's go to the chat and say hi to everybody in the chat before we get started tonight. What's up, Antonio? Good to see you. Says, what's up, everyone? Todd Fayer is here, and of course, he's talking about the gold standard marble. He's talking about the gold standard. I'll tell you right now. Well, you're going to want to really tune into. I think we're going to do the show tomorrow night after 2 Cents on Nonsense. We're going to do a show that is going to talk a lot about Spider-Man, but not just about Spider-Man, but the MCU in general. And just I wanted to wait. We were going to talk about it tonight because I was going to try to get as many people on as I could. But it's really interesting because there's an article that came out that just kind of talks about the MCU and how they're just kind of coasting right now, and how they're not really putting out the best stuff. I know, Todd, you're going to want to tune in for this one, man. I'm just telling you. Just telling you, bro. What's up, Anthony Beltray says, what's up, Enosh? Brandon, Routh Kingdom Come series, sign me up. He did amazing in Crisis, maybe after the merger. Who knows? What's up, Anchorman? Anchorman says, I can't stop being insecure. I'm sorry if I'm a weirdo to you, Enosh. If I told you more about myself, I fear you think the worst of me, or the Rost of me. Either way, Rost, worst, it doesn't matter. Anchorman, I like you, bro. You don't have to feel insecure, bro. I like you, man. Seriously, I dig you and your weather reports. It's all good, bro. No need to feel insecure. You're part of the lounge, man. We love you around here. You're a regular, dude. You're a regular. What would we be without you, Anchorman? BatDan530 says, release the Ayer cut. Hashtag release the Ayer cut. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Hashtag prove Matt Jarbo wrong. Those are 3 hashtags I can definitely get behind. And I think most people can. We love Matt Jarbo, but we don't believe in all of Matt Jarbo's takes.
I get a lot of takes wrong. Jarbo Damas.
you know, what can we say? You know, you just got to call it the way it is sometimes, right, Bad Dan? Dat Dude Vince, of course, is here. Says hi, y'all. Good to see you, Dat Dude Vince. Comic Book Fan 89 is here. Said would love to see Brandon Routh return as Superman. Love him in Legends of Tomorrow and Arrow. What's up, Punk Trace? Punk Trace says, hey, Poindexter Lounge and chat. Some rock and roll right there. And some love as well. Todd just, you know, back with the Marvel is number one. Marvel is number one. Jeff Glaffelty says, hey, guys, what's up? What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, bro. Haven't seen you in a while. And good to see you, man. Let's see. Who else is here? Todd with his Kevin Feige love. Let's see here. Music Man is here. Says, hey, Enosh. Hey, everyone. TW is here. Says, hey, Enosh. Can't stay. Sorry. Drop in a like, though. And yes, hey, you know what? Do what TW is doing. Before you leave tonight, make sure that you drop a like on this video. Make sure people know that you were here and that you liked what you saw. Says, hope you and the panel have a great stream. Thank you, bro. Golden G's Production says, my Arrowverse rankings, best to worst. Yours? Oh, here it is. Paul Smith got in there before you were able to drop the rankings. See, that's how Paul works. Paul Smith says, hey, Enosh, hope you and the fam are good. What's up, my fellow lounge lizards? Let's have another awesome show. Let's do just that. Let's see. Music Man says, I love this drop so much. Okay, so here are Golden G's favorite Arrowverse shows. What did he say? He said best to worst. Okay, best to worst. So what we got is we got Superman and Lois, Arrow, Stargirl, The Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, Black Lightning, Supergirl, and Batwoman. So you know what? Mine isn't too far off of what you got there, Golden G. There was a time Flash would have ruled number one, and overall, I would still say The Flash is my number one. I just think that The Flash was more consistent. Now, this last year, not so good. Those first 3 seasons of The Flash, though, were fire. Bam, bam, bam. They were all good. And then, what was it? Season 5 was a return, was good. Season 4 was bad. And season 6, I'll be honest with you, I can't even judge. Everybody's told me it's bad. But season 6, honestly, I've watched 2 episodes of. And that's a falling off for me. Season 5, actually, in season 5, I won't say was a return. No, season 5 was not a return. Season 5 was hit or miss. The really good stuff was really, really good, and the bad stuff was really bad. And that's kind of what dropped me from coming back for a lot of season 6, to be honest with you. But Superman and Lois, man, Superman and Lois was a good season. I would like to see some changes in Superman and Lois, but other than that, I mean, there's a few slight changes I would like to see. But other than that, I didn't think that it was. I don't know. I don't think that it was bad. I mean, just all bad, I should say. It was okay. It was okay. Let's just put it that way. It was okay. I've seen better. I've had better, as Tiffany pointed out today in our Nerd Encouragement stream from Liar Liar. I've had better, and then you realize, yeah, I've had better. Right? I mean, and when you've had better, you've just had better. What can you do? The Arrowverse, I think, is dying a slow death, though. If I gotta be honest with you, I think that it's just going away. I feel like before it's all done, Golden G, Superman and Lois will probably be the one. Well, so I take this back. I forgot about Stargirl. I love Stargirl. I haven't watched the second season yet, but season 1 was tremendous. And I was surprised. I was absolutely shocked that I loved Stargirl season 1, but I did. So I would say for me right now, it goes right now, we'd go Superman and Lois, The Flash, Stargirl. And then, you know what? I gotta say, I know everybody loves Arrow, so I almost have to go off of everybody else's thing with this, because Arrow I'm not really a huge fan of. I tried to get into it, but I recognize, though, the fact that I have a predisposition to be anti-Arrow, because I I was against the idea of them rebooting Arrow to begin, and I think it soured me on Arrow when Arrow first started. So I'd probably put Arrow there because I know that Arrow started it all, and without Arrow, we don't have the Arrowverse, I guess, as it were. So I'd probably do that, and then probably Black Lightning because I feel like Black Lightning is a superior show. I just didn't watch all of it, and then probably Legends of Tomorrow because I respect what it was doing. Supergirl season 1 was amazing. Supergirl season 2 started to drift off. By season 3, I was gone. And then Batwoman, I feel, is just better than Supergirl at this point. I don't know why. I'm probably just the subject matter at that point. It just, those last couple just, you know. Yep. Ambassador Away says, nope, all those things are lame. LOL. What's up, Anthony Strader? Good to see you. Says, just want to say what's up. Going to rewatch my fave comic book movie, Man of Steel. Awesome. AMXF is here. Says, who are you going to call? Enosh. Now, I have not seen the new Ghostbusters yet. Obviously, I've been preoccupied with some other things, and but I hope to get to it at some point. I would say I would go see it tomorrow, but I don't know that I'm going to get to go see it tomorrow because tomorrow I'm going to be watching Zack Snyder's Justice League on the big screen, baby. Yeah. Heck yeah, I am. That's what I'm going to be spending my Sunday. I don't know how you're going to be spending your Sunday tomorrow, but I am going to spend my Sunday with Zack Snyder's Justice League, watching that thing thoroughly. So yeah, you know, to each their own. But I will be having a good time with that.
Showtime! Woo!
I won't put you all through all 2.5 minutes of that right now. What's up, TX Voodoo says, hey, Enosh. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. What's up, Andrew Casali? Who says, yo, Enosh, what's happening, man? Yo, what's happening with you, Casali? Good to see you. Let's see. Richard Gilbert is here. Says, how is the all-knowing Enosh tonight? I'm good, man. I'm you know, obviously it's been a hard weekend. Laying my mother, well, she is my mother. She's laying my grandmother to rest, but she's more my mother than anything. And yeah, yesterday was tough. I'll be honest with you. But you know, I've learned so much from her, and I'm the grieving process is interesting because it comes in waves, right? And you know, you can move through it, and I love that woman very, very much still, and I always will, and I owe everything to her. And my prayer is just that me and my family, that we can take what we have learned from her and move forward and grow together, right? And stay close. What's up, JP Frazzlers? Good to see you. Says Poindexter Lounge and great Canadian whiskey. Well, you know who's here tonight is Tony from Canada. And so if there's anyone who knows probably about some great Canadian alcohol, it's Tony. I mean, we called him the drunk from Canada for the longest time. So look for that in just a minute, JP. What's up? Keely Chow is in the house tonight. Good to see you, Keely Chow. Speaking of Tony from Canada, there he is right there. Thumbaco is here. Kira is here. Says, yo, I would love Brandon Routh back as Soups. We're going to talk about that tonight. Yeah, Bat Dan, that's what this video is going to be, and that's why I wanted to get as many people as I could, because I know there's people from different perspectives when it comes to the MCU, and I didn't want it, as I was talking to my friends about it, I was actually surprised that some of my friends agreed with me. Now I will say this before we talk about that tomorrow night. I want to preface this with the article itself is very harsh on the MCU, and it's more harsh than even I am on the MCU. And look, I'm not harsh on the MCU because I don't like the MCU. I like the MCU. I just feel like they're on cruise control right now, right? And that really the movies aren't standalone good on their own. Okay, so I'll just whet your appetite a little bit for the conversation that we're going to have tomorrow. I don't feel that the movies stand on their own as individual films. Like, I don't feel like you're going to be looking back at some of these films years from now, remembering one film over the whole MCU. It's not like it was years ago, where a great superhero movie, like say Superman the movie, or say, you know, The Dark Knight Rises, or even Batman Begins, or what else can we say? Even Batman 89, right? That like a film comes out, or like even for me, like even outside of the series, Man of Steel. If you take away Batman v Superman, which I think Batman v Superman is kind of different in that series too, because even though it's a sequel, Batman v Superman is another one of those films too that I feel like Batman v Superman could stand on its own. Zack Snyder's Justice League, you do need the backstory to be able to get to Zack Snyder's Justice League, in all fairness. Okay. But Man of Steel is one of those movies that stand on its own. If there was never another sequel, that movie is just great on its own. And I don't think a lot of the MCU films are that. They're great as a series, but not necessarily great on their own. So we're going to talk about that though tomorrow. Says Matt Jarbo is only good for trolling in the chat of a Midnight's Edge live stream and then making a video talking about them. I mean, Matt knows what he's doing. You know, Matt has developed his commentary. I will say that. Here's Peter Rabbit's Defender. Says Yo Enosh just finished Ghostbusters Afterlife. It is such a wonderful motion picture and the best Ghostbusters movie since the original. 1000% way better than 2016 Misfire. Critics are so wrong about this. Well, we will have to ask a couple people that I think are at least one person in the backstage area that's seen it. Let's see. Megapodtastic is here. Says Superman and Lois and Legends Tomorrow are the only two worth watching, I think. Punk Trace's Black Lightning is my most favorite DC show. I feel like that show is quality. I just have not been able to watch it, like get into really spend time with it, you know. And by the time I started to watch it, I was so far behind. You know how like when you finally get behind in a show, sometimes that like you just don't feel like you're ever gonna catch up. Integrity. So I'm gonna be dude. I maybe you missed when I talked about this. So the Rocky IV discussion, I got to apologize because I planned on having a Rocky IV discussion, the Rocky versus Drago, because I went to go see it. Here's my problem is that I went to go see it the day my grandmother died, and I had been up all night long from the night before, and I knew that this was going to happen. I knew it, but I needed to go try at least. Tiffany saw it and loved it. I saw bits and parts, but I fell asleep so much, and it's not due to the movie. Trust me, it's not due to the movie. It was just that I was so physically exhausted, both mentally, physically, and emotionally, that it was just hard. I saw all the pre-movie stuff, and I thought that was really cool, but I got to see it again now. And so I've got to watch it, unfortunately, at home, you know, because it was only the one night in theater. So Integrity, yeah, I want to. I got to watch it again, and I have not had the chance to watch it, obviously, since last week. What's up, Laser Luke? I like this guy. I like Laser Luke, man. He's got a great TikTok, man. And so check out Laser Luke for sure. What's up, man? All right, well, we should probably get going, but Efren's here. Good to see us. As me and Rosa say hello, we'll say hello to the lovely Rosa for us. Thank you so much. Okay is here. Good to see you, buddy. Says Superman Kingdom Come. Love to see it. Absolutely. What's up, Patrick Childs? Good to see you, Patrick. Says, does anyone see these big spectacle movies in non-IMAX or Dolby Cinema theaters? Yeah, honestly, I'm not. Every once in a while I see, look, I will see it in the best theater possible, but also I have my theater around the corner from me, which I think is fine. And they have Dolby sound. So I'm cool with that. Not a big fan of 3D stuff at all, to be honest with you. And the only IMAX is about 20, 25 minutes away. And I don't like that theater. It's a brand new theater. It's like, you know, it thinks it's cooler than it is to me. I mean, it's not brand new. It's been around for a while now, but people flock to it. And I honestly like going to see a movie in a place where it's a little bit more intimate and I can really pay attention and I'm not distracted by everybody around me. It's also another reason why I will not go to theaters with that serve food. or have bar service. There's some theaters around us that do that. I refuse. I will not go to those theaters. And also, I don't go to theaters with recliners. And I know people love to be comfy. That's the thing now. But you know what? Man, I just don't want to do it. I'll fall asleep. That's what I mean. Look, I just went to see Rocky. When I go see a movie, I like to pay attention. I want the seat to be comfortable enough where I can enjoy myself. You know, I don't want it hard as a rock and like, you know, something, you know, out of the 50s, but I don't need a recliner either. So, yeah, but like everybody loves their own thing, man. And I don't go see a lot of IMAX movies. Like even the movies that come out in IMAX, I don't know. Like it has to be a real special movie for me to go see it in IMAX. If I'm being honest with you. Now, the last movie I saw in IMAX 3D was The Force Awakens, because I went and saw the movie so many times in theater, and that was like the one way that I hadn't gone to see it. So I did see that one in IMAX. Yeah, I did. Hey, Jeff Lafelty here with a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you, Jeff. You're awesome. You rock, bro. Thank you so much, man. And you are the first super chat or first or super sticker of the night. So, so Jeff, this is for you, buddy. Score and goal. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Ryan is here. What's going on, Ryan? A BVS fan forever. Cinematics. Heck yeah. Good to see you. Dark Sides Enosh is here. Sup? What's up with you? Thank you, Laser Luke. Appreciate that. Integrity says, oops, sorry, my bad. My condolences. I've been geeking out of Rocky 4, so it's on my mind. It was just, oh, hey, dude, no, man. I hyped it up, dude. I hyped it up that I was going. I was so excited for that. And then it just happened to be on the same day. Dude, that's not your, dude, Integrity. No apologies needed. You're all good, man. Like I said, I was hyping it up. So, man, I'm disappointed in myself, actually, because I didn't actually watch the whole thing, you know? But hopefully I'll, I'll get a chance to see it again here this week. All right. That being said, we're going to go ahead and jump into seeing some of our buddies that are here tonight. It's Saturday night, and Saturday night's all right for fighting. Get a little action in, and so we're gonna go first. We got some clever ones here tonight. Let me tell you something. I haven't seen Brian yet. Where is Brian? Brian, everybody, just say Brian. Where are you at, Brian? He said he was going to come in. I hope he didn't fall asleep. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Brian, did you fall asleep? Just messaged him. All right. But that being said, we are going to bring in our buddies here. And first of all, like I said, all the way from Canada, we love him. I think I got his new intro music and intro clip. Here it is. I was hoping, Tony, by the time we got to...
no, I like that. That's amazing.
By the time we got to you, you'd be like standing up and like, giving it to her.
That's what I was giving her. I was like, yeah.
Hey, I like your sweatshirt, dude. Look at that.
Oh,
twofer, man. Look at there.
Yeah, no, I love this sweatshirt. It's the only hoodie I own.
You have to message me and tell me which sweatshirt you want, dude, because I owe you another sweatshirt. Well, so tell me which one you want, because I don't want to just send you any more, and I can't remember what other ones I've sent you so far, the T-shirts and everything like that. So, so you just have to tell me which one you want. Just go on the.
I think you owe me half your house now.
Maybe. I think I owe you a sweatshirt and a half at this point. So, but yeah, dude, seriously, message me, tell me which one you want. See, I struck a deal. I struck a deal with Tony, and actually, this is out there for anybody really who wants it. Because I put in there for our members, the highest level is full Poindexter. And for that, you get a T-shirt every month. So you can either get a T-shirt every month of our vast now and growing collection.
Or you can trade in 3 T-shirts and get yourself a stylish hoodie.
So there you go. So So that's Tony's deal, and I will put that deal out there for anyone else who's interested in that deal. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us tonight is a guy who's a very brave man, and I will give him that because he's got brave takes. I don't know if they're brave. They're brave sometimes in these here parts because not everybody always agrees with it, but that's okay because we still love him anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Let's see what can I give him that would No, that's too mean. I that would just be wrong. Let's see. So I won't give him that one. Let's see. Okay, maybe because sometimes people joke that his takes miss the mark. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Crazy Joe. What's up, Crazy Joe?
Hey, first of all,
Yes,
Tony
Whoa.
has to get one of these sweatshirts. That's the next one you got to get. Oh,
What does it say?
It says Megapodtastic.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
Dude, this is my first hoodie. If I get like a zip-up hoodie, I mean, like, I don't even know what I would do with a zip-up hoodie. I'm ready. Poindexter, zip-up hoodies.
Yes, they just started making them. They just started making them.
Well,
Hey.
I think I need that.
I swear to God, they're so expensive. Like I wouldn't afford my own zip-up hoodie right now. like they are so darn expensive. But yeah, Teespring did start making them.
Yeah, I waited for I got this on sale in the summertime. So hey, look, real quick.
The Zellers back down at the Zellers. We had a sale down there.
Hey, real quick, I want to point out. I don't know if he's still here, but we had a comment. You had a comment on screen.
Okay.
From AMXF. AMXF.
Yes.
Now,
AMXF, yes.
I don't know if AMXF is still here, but he came into my live stream on Monday night and made a comment where he said, "You're ignoring me."
Uh-oh.
And it was really bizarre because I hadn't seen any messages from him. So I want AMXF to know that my moderator and I went back through the chat, and if he made any other comments, they did not come through. There was not a single other comment from him the entire live stream except the one where he said we were ignoring him. So AMXF, I don't know what happened. I apologize, but I can. It wasn't just my set of eyes, my eyes and my moderator, Lisa. We both checked. We didn't see a single one of your messages. So nobody was ignoring you. We didn't
happens
see it.
sometimes. It does happen sometimes. And so, hey, but you know what? That's awesome. That's awesome.
Him and his mom says they didn't even see you, okay? Him and his mom said they didn't see you. They're fine.
All right. Let's see. Guy says Brian is eating pineapple pizza, I guess. Max just messaged me and said that his back was really hurting him on his stream. So I hope he's doing okay too. So hopefully he's not too sore to be here. So maybe he'll pop in later, but we shall see. All right, guys. So let's jump in here. Let's get to it, and let's talk about the news of the week. Now, first of all, before we do that, Crazy, you saw Crazy Joe. You saw Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah, yes, I did, and I can't wait to see it again. I might be going again Monday, but yeah, good God, do I love that movie.
I wanted to go see it tonight. I really wanted to go see it tonight. I still can, actually, because it's West Coast, and I can see it for 2 more hours.
It's true.
I wanted to go so bad. Is it all that we want it to be?
I as someone who has been waiting for a Ghostbusters 3 since 1989, 32 years I've been waiting. A movie like that almost can't help but disappoint you. So I'm shocked this did not disappoint me.
I've heard you and I are close to the same age, and I'm going to say Is it worth going to? Is it?
Oh.
Is it?
Interesting.
Absolutely. Well, look. Okay, look. If it was terrible, I'd still say it's worth going to because I am a firm believer that even a terrible movie is worth seeing on the big screen because that's how the filmmaker wanted it seen.
I can attest to that for Crazy Joe because he likes a lot of terrible movies.
I don't. There's nothing when people say. Seriously, though, you're making jokes, but seriously, when people say, "Is this worth going to the movies for, or should I wait for streaming?" I always say, "No, don't wait for streaming."
Oh yeah,
because love it or hate it, the filmmaker intended for it to be seen on the big screen. See it the way it was intended to be seen.
Tell me.
Except for one movie, I'll say that's true because Joe, I'm the same way. Like, I defend the theater going experience
it more than anybody.
Yeah, more than anybody that I know. I mean, it's just I love the theater going experience, and it just is what it is. I think that everything is better in the theater, if I'm being honest, except for one movie. There's one movie that should be torched, burned, never seen again. No, shut up, get out of here, Tony. You're gonna put down Tron like that? Thanks for being here, Tony. I guess it's just the Crazy Joe and Enosh show tonight.
The other Tron, the old, not the old one, the mid one.
What, Tron Legacy?
Tron Legacy?
Yeah. That was
Tron
great.
Legacy is fantastic, dude. That movie is visually well, you know what? Here's the thing. You have to be a Tron fan and understand what that movie is. That movie is fantastic. Fantastic. But no,
it's not as good as the original. I still prefer the original.
Yeah, listen,
I still want to hear
Tron is not for. I'm just telling you, Tron is not for just the average person. It wasn't when it first came out in the 80s either. Nobody knew what all that stuff. Nobody had a clue what they were all talking about.
I didn't appreciate that movie when it came out. When I came out, I said, "Ooh, nice lights, nice special effects."
Sure.
But it wasn't until I was in college that I actually watched that movie again and was like, "Oh crap, I get this now." Because
I still don't have a girlfriend, and this movie's amazing. I know. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
No, but seriously, Tron is one of those films I don't think a lot of people understood it when it came out. I think a lot of people back in the day, they were just expecting, I think they were expecting something like Star Wars that was just going to, tingle them in ways and just be this exciting thing. And look, there are parts of Tron that absolutely do that for me, but it's a smart movie. That's the thing that I love about Tron.
But I mean, I'm making fun of the other ones, not the first one.
There's only two. There's only two.
There's three now. There's three now.
No, there's not.
No,
there's
not
only
yet.
2 Tron movies, dude.
Or is there a?
There's a third one. There's a third one in development.
It's in development, but they've never made it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought there was one online. Maybe that was the third one. I don't know.
No.
There's an animated series.
There's an animated series. Yeah, there's an animated series. And I liked the animated series. But no. What I was saying is the one movie that should be trashed, destroyed, never heard from or seen again, erased from history. And also, if there's a way to be able to go in and surgically remove it from my brain and from everyone else's brain, because it's an absolute insult to us as fans, it's an insult to humankind, and it's an insult to the legacy that is Snake Eyes.
Really?
G.I. Joe Origin Snake Eyes is one of the worst pieces of garbage that has ever graced a silver screen.
Look at this. Somebody's going to go nuts. Somebody's going nuts in the back. Oh, my God. He's going to kill us all. No.
Got my 4K copy of it right here.
Well, it was great having Joe here. It's a good thing William was here to just absolutely replace him.
I've never seen it, so.
Oh, it's horrible.
Shireen
knows. If you know Enosh, you know it's Snake Eyes that needs to burn in hell. You're right. It needs to burn in hell for all of our sins. It needs to
really, eh?
Oh, it's so horrible. It's
the
horrible.
Best G.I. Joe movie yet.
Oh,
okay. Whoa. See that's different.
That's not a high bar.
Yet.
I know it's not a high bar. Well, you know what? I don't know. If you include G.I. Joe Resolute, have you watched G.I. Joe Resolute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
G.I. Joe Resolute is amazing. That's the animated movie that they made a few years ago. G.I. Joe Resolute. G.I. Joe. Well,
1987 G.I. Joe.
What's that?
With Don Johnson playing Falcon.
I like that because I was a kid when I saw that, and that's got the nostalgia and all that stuff. And I love the animated. Yeah, I like, but G.I. Joe Resolute is also an animated movie. Tony, and that movie actually brings in all the best of what we loved as a kid, but it's all serious. Like Cobra Commander nukes Moscow in the first 9 minutes and kills 9 million people.
See, that's how it should have went down. But it was like, hey, it was Star Wars. Nobody ever died. Nobody ever died. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was it.
Did you watch the series? Did you ever watch the animated series G.I. Joe Renegades? It was basically like G.I. Joe as the A-Team.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah. I really did. H. Bart's here. Whoops.
Isn't that what that is, though?
No. Well, you mean A-Team?
Like the A-Team, like shooting away.
Yeah, it kind of was. But no, Renegades. I liked the concept, Joe. You know that basically what happened is Cobra frames G.I. Joe for some stuff, and so the government basically shuts down G.I. Joe, but then all of the G.I. Joes are on the lam, basically. I'll be honest with you, the animation just pisses me off. I don't like the animation.
I don't like the animation either.
Yeah, I'm so I like the concept.
Big ass Bourne Identity. Big ass Bourne Identity.
Kind of, yeah. Joe, I'll be honest with you. If the animation had been better, I feel like I would have responded better to it and really enjoyed it. But you know, I don't know.
I'm very close with you on that. I actually liked the story, but hated the animation. So yeah, I kind of and I fell off in part because I hated the animation. So.
Mm-hmm. That's me. I watched the first 2 episodes and I was like, I can't do this. A couple of things real quick. H. Bartz with $2 super chat. Thank you, H. Bartz. Rocking the $2 super chat, dude. It's like, can I just say, you know what? Can I just say, you know, I've been away for a little bit, you know, for just a few days. I know I've done Nerd Encouragement and I've seen you guys, you know, through that a little bit, but I miss you guys when I'm not doing this. So I just want to say, H. Bartz, it's just good to see you, bro. So since we're talking about G.I. Joe, H. Bartz, even though he says the Spoderman, see, I don't know. I think he might be saying Spoderman on purpose, or I don't know that that's a typo because I know H. Bartz
right next to the O on the keyboard. He's probably fat fingered it.
Maybe, but you know, I do know H. Bartz as well, and H. Bartz sometimes can be a little sarcastic. But hey, since we're talking about G.I. Joe, I'm going to give him the G.I. Joe PSA because that's what we know. Look, they could make a whole movie of a PSA and we'd be happy. So I'm going to give H. Bartz the PSA.
Is your mom there?
No, I'm home alone.
Well, you won a prize. What's your address?
42 Oak Street. Hey, Roblox, some stranger's bringing me a prize.
A stranger, huh? All he wanted to bring you was trouble. Remember, never tell anyone you're home alone and never give anyone your address.
I'll say Mom can't come to the phone.
Smart thinking.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe!
We don't know how long that PSA was.
Couple of things real quick. Also, welcome. Let's see. I got to find something to welcome this guy in. Let's see. How do I welcome this guy in? I don't know, man. No, here we go. Here, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since you've been here. Always good to see this guy, good friend of mine, ladies and gentlemen, the ambassador.
Oh, gee.
1,000. Oh, hi. I've been here since 3 in the morning throwing eggs at this new Dodge Durango, and it still looks good. Pretty impressive. Yeah, maybe I'll get some shut-eye. Just let me get through the rest of these eggs.
I'm going to the toilet.
I say we just leave this on for the next 5 minutes.
As long as you tell is he muted? Please mute him if he's in the bathroom.
Right. Hey, what's up, Ambassador?
Really? Will Ferrell is Ron Burgundy throwing eggs
Holy cow,
at a
you're
car.
loud. You're loud. Holy cow.
Why not?
Really?
Turn your mic down.
That's
your mic is really loud, Ambassador.
Turn your mic down.
There. Is
Sorry.
that better?
Yes, it's better. That's
better.
Really? Will Ferrell is Ron Burgundy throwing eggs at a car. That's
I mean, look, I was going to give
what
Joe. Look. You know what? I withheld from with all of Joe's bad takes. Sometimes I withheld from doing this.
I can't tell if you're being smart or stupid.
No, I would just hold that one for Max.
Right. Well, I was trying to be nice.
Where's the fun in that?
Right, that's true. North Star here says Snake Eyes can't be any worse than the 80s cartoon. 80s Transformers is better. Dude, yes, it can. Yes, it can. And it is. It is. I cannot say it from the rooftops loud enough.
It's really bad.
Sentient, growling, glowing-eyed, mind-controlling, kung fu fighting, huge mother of all, like fits a man in the jaws of their mouth, hypnotizing anacondas, dude, that understand English. I no, they didn't even do that.
I want to see that
G.I. Joe
No
cartoon.
sense. No sense.
What's I'm saying? James here says, Crazy Joe, I recently saw the Crazy Joe, I recently saw the series Tear Across the Dotted Line on Netflix. It's pretty good so far. I have not seen that.
Enosh, can we use that Draw for Golden G Productions comment here? No.
What's the comment?
That is a logical fallacy. There is no way. Mortal Kombat Annihilation is great. Yes, if you're brain damaged, if you are like in a coma and you're just hearing it in the background, you're going, I'd rather just stay in the coma.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
I would rather be in a coma than watch that movie again.
So just for everyone, I know I need to get back up to the super chat real quick, but Sohan, G.I. Joe comics are really good.
G.I. Joe comics from the 80s.
From the 80s. For a lot of people, that is all G.I. Joe is. G.I. Joe started as I know the action figures started back in the 60s.
The big action figures.
But G.I. Joe versus Cobra, the new updated stuff, before it was the cartoon that we all grew up with, most of us grew up with, the comic books came out first, and much more serious take.
Yeah, people died.
Yeah, I will say that. Much more serious take. Let me go back up here.
The funny thing about the comics is they had commercials for the comics. They actually had commercials for the comics.
Yes, they did.
The twins, the Crimson Commandos.
Yep.
Before they even had a commercial, before they even had a toy produced, the Crimson they would introduce characters in the comics, and then they would have. It was the only time I ever saw commercials for a comic book in my entire life. It was the only time I ever saw commercials for a comic book.
I remember reading the comics when we were driving to and from church on Sundays.
Wow.
Every Sunday, after church, we would go to the local newsstand. Me and Mom and Grandmother and Dad, when he was still alive, we would all go to the newsstand and we would get the Sunday newspaper, get a book. I always went for the spinner. I went straight for the spinner.
There you go.
Everybody knows
Heck yeah.
Everybody knows the spinner. If you don't know the spinner, you have not lived. You don't know the 1980s. You know jack about the 1980s. Don't even bother trying to fake cred like you know anything about the 1980s.
It's my era.
Yeah, that was definitely it. Now, yeah, man, the spinner was the place to be, man.
Yes.
Like you read some comics. I mean, that's how I read a lot of the comics that I read when I was a kid, because I didn't have money to buy the comics myself, and so
But at some point, I hated the spinner. You know why? Because once I became an actual hardcore collector and I was able to go to a store, you realize that how many damaged comics came from those damn spinners.
That is true.
Oh, that was the only thing. I mean, it introduced me to comics, and I will never forget it for that. But once I started getting into the whole bag and board phase and the mint condition phase, I have flashbacks of those X-Men 221. X-Men 221 being folded over, the first appearance folded over, and I'm like, oh no.
Hey, James. So I will say here, James M here has a series. So he says Snake Eyes is not horrible, and then he says I like Snake Eyes. I'll be buying it on 4K, and then Snake Eyes is pretty darn good. Look, man, look, to each their own. I will just say this: it's just not a Snake Eyes movie. Like you can call it whatever you want to call it, but as a hardcore GI Joe fan that I am. Surrounded in a room full of GI Joes, you know. I mean, and I think I have some pretty good GI Joe cred. I got a USS Flag right behind me. I mean, it don't get any more credibility than that right there.
I got that for Christmas. Oh, man.
I'm just saying, when you got a USS Flag, that you know what that means? That means I am officially an admiral in the GI Joe collecting.
You still have to figure out Admiral Flag?
Yeah, I got Admiral Flag.
Oh man.
Of course I got Admiral Flag.
But no, a lot of people.
It's not Admiral Flag. No, it's Keyhall. It's Admiral Keyhall.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. Admiral Keyhall. Yep. Keyhall. Yep. But yeah, I mean, but Admiral Keyhall, and actually, I don't think he's an admiral. Or no, he is. But Admiral, Admiral. I'm sorry, I was thinking General. Admiral Keyhall, drives the flag. So, but yeah, I don't see it as a GI Joe movie. It's got, it's got the Baroness in there. It's got,
it's kind of hot, but out of place.
Yeah, just out of place.
But
it had some decent action figures. The 6-inch action figures, the GI Joe classified figures, were pretty decent. But
that's actually a good topic for another night. Like one thing I've been beating the drum about for years is how far can you change a character before it's not the character anymore? Because, like, for example. Like Supergirl. I always got annoyed with the Supergirl TV show because they would take characters and give them familiar names, but I would be like, there's nothing about that character.
Jimmy Olsen?
Jimmy Olsen is one. And some people are going to go right to the race thing, but also they made him cool. They made him good looking. The girls liked him. I'm like, there's
made him like sexy as all get up, man.
Right. It's like at least make him nerdy, Yeah, and then you've got Snapper Carr. Snapper Carr was like, what? He was like this crusty old editor of a newspaper. It's like Snapper Carr, obviously he was a beatnik kid that they hung out with in the 60s. But it's like at least, try to find the modern day equivalent. Maybe he's whatever the, like a beatnik would have been the cool guy back then. What would that be today? Find some kind of... But it's like, at what point? Because then people will go, well, it's just a different version. But at what point?
To me, Jimmy Olsen in that movie is not Jimmy Olsen. He's just too. And they even made him Guardian. Like, I don't know how much more you can change a character, than that. But no, you're absolutely right. AMXF here with a $5 super chat. Joe says, "Keep slandering my name, Joe. My lawyer just loves the sound of your voice."
Michael French.
No, that's Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. But he changed.
Yeah, I don't know where the slander is though. He came in, said you're ignoring me, and he wasn't in there.
I will tell you one thing about Tom Hanks Ballsack. If I know anything now about Tom Hanks Ballsack, he's hilarious. He's hilarious. So sometimes he messes with you. I don't know.
Wait, are we talking about? Wait, that's AMXF. You call him.
Yeah. He was originally Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He.
Oh,
that was his screen name, and then he's gone through a couple of others, but now he's AMXF. So
and now he has a YouTube channel.
Does he?
As formerly known.
Is that why he changed the name?
Probably.
Tom Hanks Ballsack 69. He doesn't just like roll off the tongue, right? Like to me, it does.
As formerly known as.
That's a coincidence, though, because I used to go by Peter Scolari's Ballsack.
Rest in peace.
You get them together; they're good bosom buddies. Nadozi, yes, GI Joe Retaliation is much better than Snake
Eyes. By far, not
by
even close.
Far.
By far, it's better.
Well, not to mention you got The Rock and Bruce Willis.
Guys?
I'm just saying, by
it's
far,
an okay ninja movie. At best, Snake Eyes is an okay sort of ninja movie. But if you're
Yeah.
judging it by G.I. Joe standards, which is what it was a G.I. Joe movie, whatever, it's not good. Some movies
Did you
are
like
good
it better than Shang-Chi? Did you like it better than Shang-Chi?
Me? I liked it. I just saw Shang-Chi just a couple of days ago, so I.
Me too. I just saw it a couple days ago too. So saying that's a ninja movie, Shang-Chi didn't really make sense to me as a guy
I
who
didn't approach it
collects
as
those comics.
I approached Shang-Chi more as a fantasy movie than anything else, I guess.
As a
didn't
guy
really
who
go
collected
martial
those comics, though, as my very first comics I ever collected, those and Conan were my very first
Master
two
of Kung
comics.
Fu?
Master Kung Fu and Conan
Oh, yeah.
were my very two first comics I ever collected. And when I watched the movie, I really enjoyed the movie, but it wasn't Master of Kung Fu.
No, it's not, because Master of Kung Fu
It's
is
not.
straight up martial arts. It's as martial
Yeah.
arts as you can get on paper as anything, other than the Iron Fist and Luke Cage when they were doing kung fu and they would explain to you literally move for move. But no, this Shang-Chi that's in the movies is no, it's not. But
No, because I was like, this is the first thing I ever loved when I was 8 years old. This is the first comic I ever collected. And I was like, when I watched the movie, I was like, this isn't the comic book, really. It's really good. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. But I'm like, it's not the comic book.
But it was a good movie independent of that. Snake Eyes just isn't. You know what I mean? It just-
So here's H Barts here. It says no, it's Spoderman. See, I told you. It doesn't. I don't put it past. I don't put it past him.
Just ignore H Barts. We all do.
And who can make it out to Vegas on the 16th?
H Bart's awesome. H Barts is awesome.
H Barts gives H money. He can't ignore him.
I really like H Barts. He's a good guy.
I like H Barts too. I'm just ribbing him a little.
Real quick here. Also, what was it? Hold on a second. I just had a comment that I was going to.
Rational Skeptic just dropped you a super chat.
Oh, okay. I'll get to that in just a second. I had another.
Somebody asked me a question in there. Let me know when you were.
Yeah, I had another one here. Integrity. We're going to get to this in just a second. So I can move on. Well, Laser Luke asked me if I watched Cowboy Bebop on Netflix. I actually plan on watching it because I actually thought that the trailer looked pretty decent. But Jared is right. I'm not really into anime stuff. So
I'm not either. But I enjoyed the crap out of it.
Did you? But you're like Mikey. You like everything.
I only like good things. I mean, like I don't like that Zack Snyder shit.
Oh wow!
Oh,
you know I'm teasing because I love you.
Listen, be respectful. You're treading on thin ice there, buddy. I already know that you don't like Zack Snyder's Justice League, which I'm going to spend all day tomorrow in a theater watching.
I'm teasing you. You're actually seeing the one I like the best tomorrow, so there you go.
No, I'm watching Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh, I thought it was Batman v Superman.
No, I've already seen Batman v Superman in theater. The same people are putting this
smell nerd.
This was the one that where'd it go?
I smell nerd.
Anthony here asked Snake Eyes movie or Justice League, which is better? Justice League is better than Snake Eyes, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, by
the Star Wars Holiday Special is better than both of those things.
Yeah, wow. I'll tell you why the Justice League is better than Snake Eyes. Here's why: because Snake Eyes absolutely is garbage from beginning to end. As far as I'm concerned, and it doesn't resemble Snake Eyes at all. So it's like gosh, if Jarbo was here, he would have. I know exactly what Jarbo would say. It's like.
I love G.I. Joe.
It's like edging for 2 hours without ever finishing. You never get to finish. You never get to complete. You never get that moment until 5 seconds. I'm saying until 5 seconds before the movie's done. Right, you get 5 seconds before the movie's done.
You just get a buck
and you get to see him, and you get to see him in the costume 5 seconds before the movie's done, and that's it. And there's nothing that's actually Snake Eyes in the movie, and it doesn't follow. Some guy at my theater tried to tell me that because we were having a conversation. I was having a conversation with the theater
at the theater.
Yeah, at the theater.
Why?
No, hold on. No, I was going to see another movie, and I was joking with the theater manager about Snake Eyes because they still had this big display up because it was way up on top of a ledge, and I saw this thing. And I was just like, why do you still have that up, man? He's like, yeah, we got to take it down. And then so we joked about it. And then this guy who was standing there listening to us for some reason interjected into the conversation. And he's just like, well, yeah, it was good. It followed the old story from the comics. And I'm like, it didn't follow anything from the comics. You have never read one of the comics. If you think, I mean, in the comics, he was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy who fought in Vietnam, who it's totally different.
Well,
totally
to be fair,
different.
you can't have them fight in Vietnam now.
No, I know that. I know
Right.
you can update a story, and it wasn't
Right,
even
you
the
get
racial
Persian
thing.
Gulf.
Look, they could have even done the racial thing, and I would have been okay with it. But like nothing about this character resembled Snake Eyes in any way, and that's just the problem I have. At least Justice League, at least it's heroes that I love, right? So like I love Batman, I love Superman, I love the Flash, even though I don't like that version of the Flash as much as I like the one in Zack Snyder's movie, because Zack did a much better version of it. And the story's more coherent in Zack Snyder's Justice League than it is in Justice League. Justice League is just a mess. And upper lips that look absolutely horrendous, and just storylines that go nowhere, characters that are underdeveloped and never actually used to their potential. Look, there's all the problems with Justice League, but at least some of those scenes were filmed by Zack Snyder, even if they're out of context and sprinkled in there. And again, at least it's characters that I enjoy and I love, and I can tell that they're those characters. Snake Eyes, you can't. You just can't. And I stand by my feelings. But like I always say, look, everybody's got a different take on something, and they like something. You may like something that I don't like, and I may like something that you don't like. But if you ask me, I'm going to tell you, what it is I like and I don't like. Rational Skeptic here with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Rational Skeptic. You rock, bro. Says Enosh and William, how does the Kelvin timeline exist? Shouldn't have the time police from Star Trek Voyager stop Nero's ship from going back in time and messing the timeline?
No, for two different reasons. One of them is it may be something, a loop that is meant to happen. Other things can't happen if that loop doesn't exist. Two, it depends on what time where the convergence of the timeline happens from the point at which they're doing things. So the time police were never outside of time. The time police were at a certain point in time, if I understood the way they explained themselves correctly. So for those two reasons, they probably couldn't do anything or chose not to. But because it's a paradoxical thing, they know what's beyond the paradox. So if they were to stop that paradox from happening, they could in effect be screwing with time. So certain things are supposed to happen, even if they are time loops. They did explain that, though.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what you're saying. I would agree with what he's saying.
The whole idea of time police was stupid anyway, because they introduced that 30 years into the franchise, and by then there'd already been a buttload of time travel, and that creates like a whole loop right there of where were these guys up till now.
Well, they're using what they're doing is they're using what I call the scapegoat principle, and that's basically at whatever point you're explaining time travel, everything that's already happened is happened and supposed to happen. So if they want to write something afterwards saying that this happened 20 years after I wrote this time travel story, the guy who's furthest in that time point can basically explain it. Well, that was always supposed to happen. Just like Kang, or the one that remains, is explaining the time to Loki and the female Loki, even though we've known that the Avengers and everybody else have screwed up time. He didn't interfere in that because he knew that was something that had to happen in order to get to the point that they were at. So they can always, it's a writer's crutch. It's basically when you ran out of ideas, use time travel, but they always do it in a way that they can explain their way out of it, though. And they always do that in Star Trek.
Yeah. Bad Dan 530 with a $1.99 super chat says, "Oh my God, Ayer confirmed Ayer cut is coming 1/2022." No, it's not. No, it's not. I already looked. Nice try, Bad Dan. But I wish. Look, dude, I'm all for it, man. I definitely want to see it. We'll be talking about it tonight. Gavin, you're absolutely right with this comment. Says people will be like that, though. They will call you racist for thinking Snake Eyes should be white. It's literally part of his character being adopted into a different culture.
Yeah, it's not
Yep.
racist at all.
It's not racist at all.
It's like changing Superman black. It's not. It's not the story. Don't change the story to include me. Give me my own story. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then so we're going to jump into our topics tonight. But I saw one more. Somebody asked me. I think it was Lena Deli. Lena Deli asked me another funny one. Yeah, funny
They asked
one.
you Snake Eyes or Captain Marvel.
If I got to go Snake Eyes or Captain Marvel, it's Captain Marvel. That's
Captain
a
Marvel.
no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
Captain Marvel wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as Snake Eyes.
See, I enjoyed
Captain Marvel
Snake
wasn't great
Eyes.
either.
I enjoyed Snake Eyes, but I don't think it's that good. I just thought it was entertaining. Captain Marvel, I loved Captain Marvel.
Sometimes
Captain Marvel, I just found boring, but I didn't think it was a horrible. I didn't think it was a horrible movie. My only argument about Captain Marvel, and I've had this with many of my friends, is just that I don't think that I feel like people, they act like just because Marvel movies make $1 billion, like if a Marvel movie makes $1 billion, that it's automatically because the movie was good.
Nah,
that's not true. That's just not true because Captain Marvel is not $1 billion movie on its own. The only reason, and no one can argue this. There is no argument for this. The only reason Captain Marvel made $1 billion is because of its lead-in and connection with the Avengers.
I don't agree with that.
You're wrong, dude. I can't even argue. You can't even argue that.
I can't argue that though.
If Captain Marvel's not connected to, hold on, let me finish my sentence. If Captain Marvel is not connected to the MCU and is not the lead-in to that to Avengers and is not part of all that, nobody cares. There aren't enough people who knew who Captain Marvel was for it to make $1 billion, dude.
Right, but
if that movie comes out when Iron Man came out, or at any other time, or under the same circumstances, that movie doesn't make $1 billion. It's not that good.
Yeah, but not every Marvel movie's made $1 billion.
I know, but I'm saying
we can't just say that it's because it's a Marvel movie.
It was
makes
the
$1 billion.
lead-in for Infinity War.
But it had nothing. It had nothing to do with it.
Actually, it was the lead-in for Endgame, not Infinity War.
Endgame. Okay, so it was the lead-in for Endgame. Everybody thought though that it was going to be something that they had to see leading up to Endgame. And that's just the truth, dude.
Yeah, because the way Infinity War ended with her emblem on his pager that way. So
that's
right. And by the same token, Ant-Man and the Wasp came out right after Infinity War, and that tied
not
in.
As important. Not as important, and it was not teased in the in Infinity War that Ant-Man was going to save the day. That a character that we had not seen was somehow going to come in and have some cosmic resolution to this. They did a great job of marketing. They absolutely did a great job of marketing. You could never take that away from them.
But that'll still get people in the door. But
they did what they needed to do, dude. But there is no way. There is no way that movie makes $1 billion on its own.
But do you think it made $1 billion solely because of that, though? Because it's still got to be good. People are, if word of mouth gets out, this is a piece of crap, the people are going to walk away. And
you also got to realize at that time, like I always say, if you get people on a rhythm, they'll take whatever you give them. In certain cases, it doesn't have to be great. It just has to be part of your momentum. They had a lot of good momentum going in, and that movie fit right into their momentum.
And that's the discussion we're going to have tomorrow night. And that's part of my argument about it is also is momentum because now I'm talking to a lot of people who are hardcore Marvel fans that actually have started like looking at some old Marvel movies and going, you know what? I was on a wave, on a high of like always looking forward to the next Marvel movie. And now I'm starting to come down off of that because there's only so far you can carry that. And so that's going to be the topic of discussion for, like I said, I think it's going to be the stream tomorrow night where we have.
I got to make time for that one. Oh.
Yeah. So that it's because it's based on an article that I wrote, or not that I wrote. I wish I wrote it. No, but I didn't. I don't wish I wrote it because I feel it is too negative against the MCU. I feel that it comes across as very biased, I should say. I'm just saying that, like I said, when asked about my feelings like Captain Marvel, I don't think it's a horrible movie. I don't have a big problem with Brie Larson. Who did we just lose? We just lost
Tony.
Oh, lost Tony. I don't have a problem with Brie Larson. Obviously, everybody knows that. I mean, look, we do 2 cents on nonsense. We defend her left and right. So I don't have a problem with her, and I don't have a problem with the film. it's just that there's nothing really exciting about that film that would carry it to $1 billion or is a must see, because and the character is not even that well known to carry it to that. People felt that it was, and that's not a bad thing. I think Ambassador was just saying, like, who cares? Like, exactly, who cares? It made $1 billion. Just when people ask me about that, I just think it's funny that like people automatically when talking about films, not just Marvel films, but other films that make like a lot of money, that's a direct correlation with how good the movie is. And it's not always the case. That's
because
that's all I'm saying.
Well, and here's the thing. I'll say it real quick, and if Enosh, if you got room and you want to have me on tomorrow night, I'd love to talk that conversation, because I've been on the Marvel train since pretty much it started. I mean, everybody knows my Marvel cred here, well, except for maybe Crazy Joe. Marvel fan since 1984. There, enough said. I'll just say this real quick, and then we can jump into the topics. Just because a movie makes a great deal of money doesn't necessarily mean that it is quality. It just means that it got either good word of mouth, it had good marketing, or it was just plain lucky. Now, I will say this in terms of a movie that I saw yesterday, and that was Ghostbusters Afterlife. And no spoilers. I won't go into spoilers here.
Mm-hmm.
I think, honestly, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll own up to it. I think Ghostbusters Afterlife is going to be the sleeper hit of 2021, because it's got a very loyal fan base. But here's the other thing. It's an introduction to a franchise that a lot of people may not be terribly familiar with. And I think at the time that it's being released is a perfect time for it, because it is a family-friendly film. And I think in this case, it's meant to be one.
Yeah.
Because the theme about the movie is all about family in and of itself.
It's struggling so far, but I think it'll have legs around Thanksgiving.
It will have legs. It will have serious legs.
I'll say this: the highest grossing post-pandemic movie to date is Venom 2, and Spider-Man's coming. Mm-hmm. Sony is going to walk away the big winners of 2021, because with Venom, Spider-Man, and Ghostbusters, they're gonna make all the money this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, Marvel's going to make a good bit too.
Yeah.
So with this one, Darkside's Enosh Jared here with $2 super chat. Thank you, Jared. Says, what you say about them changing Miss Marvel's powers?
Well, they did that in the comics, so.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about this, so I will defer to. I mean, I know that what they kind of gave her powers. I guess they were kind of very similar to Green Lantern, correct?
Yeah, she's a shapeshifter, but now she's got like a ring. I mean, I haven't been updated on the stuff that they made the change, but I know Camilla Khan's character was a shapeshifter to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I say, she's one of many Miss Marvels, so including Carol Danvers, who was Miss Marvel first.
Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts on that one?
I don't know enough about the character, so.
And this is the newest version. There's not a lot of it. This is the newest version of the character.
I have never read a comic book with this Miss Marvel in it, so as long as it's good, I've got nothing to compare it to. I'm just going to go with, do I like what I see?
I know that some people feel like this was kind of an answer to Green Lantern, like they kind of wanted to beat Green Lantern to the punch. And so they, because a lot of these, I mean, look at the multiverse even, right? So, I mean, the multiverse is kind of beating, DC to the punch when it comes to talking about the multiverse. So, Marvel's
although I think they could fix that. They could win that really easy if they just had the right management, because the multiverse is a jumbled mess. And the way it's done, it could be done in DC is so different that you wouldn't even, if you were to compare the two, you would get laughed at. If DC did it right, the way they can do it, if you compare the multiverse to DC's Elseworlds, you would get laughed at like you were a kindergartner talking to an astrophysicist. If they did it right, that's all it takes. And them beating them to the punch is just a matter of semantics and organization. But that's for after March of 2022.
Yeah. Todd Fair here with the $5 super chat says, Enosh, the Hawkeye show is going to be great. Kevin Feige is a hero. That's Kevin Feige taking off with all the money.
Dude, I can't stand the way these people blast all their stuff here. I mean, why do you have speakers on a motorcycle like that? What's the point? Never
That
mind.
was speakers?
That's speakers on a motorcycle.
Well, I thought that was the motorcycle itself taking off.
No, well, he's got his, and he's blasting out here. Now the cops are out there. Good. All right.
Good. You know what? So also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us tonight, Mr. Caden Reed. What's up, Caden?
Hey, what's up, guys?
So I will say, so this will be my last thing to say about the $1 billion mark and movies like that. You know, most of the time, it's also that the best movies don't make the most money. Just saying.
That's true.
So
Dune to me is the best movie I've seen this year. It's not. It's going to get beat by a lot of movies.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but I am glad to hear that we are getting part 2. I was very.
Oh yeah.
I'll go on camera for this real quick.
We're getting it 1 year later than we should, but hey, you know, I'll take it.
I'll take what I can get. But if y'all can see this behind me, that's my promo poster from when I went to see opening night of June, in between Cruella and Empire. So
nice.
Cruella, there was a surprisingly good movie. Enjoyed the heck out of that.
Joe, I knew there was a reason I liked you.
Hey,
I've seen you.
My promo post is bigger than yours.
Oh, William, you got yours too. Right on, man.
Well, we handed them out.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
We took a bunch of people to Dune. And Bradley
Dude,
was
that's
there. Austin was there.
Nice, dude. Excellent. I hate you. You got a
Well, if you were
T-shirt.
here in Vegas, hey, if you were here in Vegas, you could have this.
I live in William. I live in Indiana. Me getting to Vegas is like that's not going to happen for a while.
I got like 10 shirts, man, and I had 100 posters to give away.
Okay, I don't hate you, but I'm very envious. Let's put it that way.
Blade Runner 2049. I want one of these. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
All right.
Take a trip out to the desert, man. I'll hook you up. It's free. No cost.
There you
Come
go.
in, I hand it to you.
There you go. All right. So that being said, let's go ahead and jump right in with one of the big stories since we've had a good time all saying our pleasantries. Let's jump into something that I thought was really cool to see, and that is Brandon Routh apparently has asked to star in a Kingdom Come TV series.
Ooh.
Okay, now I will say this. I have gone on record as not being the biggest fan of Superman Returns. I'm just not. I don't think that it's a good film altogether, but I don't think that that's Brandon's fault. The writing is atrocious. I feel like it writes itself into a corner, especially at the end, and then the movie just ends abruptly. It's just like, hey, there's a bunch of stuff. Like, we killed him off, but like he doesn't fight anything. It's like Lex Luthor stabs him with a shard of kryptonite, kicks him off a thing. Superman comes back, lifts a giant continent of kryptonite, and throws it into space. And which I would think that he would actually probably just like fly right through it if he was using that much power underneath of it. But beyond that, the kryptonite alone should have just killed him. I mean, if just being around one rock, I mean, that much kryptonite, plus having, I don't know. Anyways, I get it that he powers up with the sun and all that stuff, but it's just kind of a bland movie. Look, I have a little bit more. I have a little bit more respect for it now, having met Brandon Routh and talked to him about his love for Superman and his respect for the character. But honestly, I don't think that his portrayal in that movie is that great. And I just don't think, but I don't think it's all his fault. I feel like they didn't give him much to work with. They don't give him much dialogue in the film. And the suit was horrible too. The suit was just, ugh.
They were trying to capture the 80s, so they were trying to do that movie is really hampered by the fact that they're trying to bridge the connection between Christopher Reeve Superman and 2006, and it's not his fault. He was just a guy playing the part.
Exactly.
But everything about I hate that movie because of the fact I hate movies that are hurt by nostalgia because I think people go to the well too many times, and that movie is a classic case of letting go of the past and moving forward with a different concept of the character. I would love to see him as a Kingdom Come, as long as it's not on the WB or CW network as it's currently constructed. Then I won't watch it. In fact, I'll pay not to see it. But if they put it on HBO Max, I would love to see that on HBO Max.
I know that after he showed up in this crisis as this version of Superman that people are like, oh, put him in the HBO Max series. And I think now that he's also kind of agreeing with that, I think they should do it.
Yeah.
Now that they have, at least other Superman projects going on HBO Max with Val
It's in the
Zod and
future. Oh yeah.
Well, Rational Skeptic, I mean, that's what they painted his Superman as being, is the same Superman who was in Superman Returns, and it being a sequel to Superman, and Superman Returns being a more proper sequel to Superman 2. I don't like that just because I like Superman 3. But it is what it is, right?
They did later put Superman 3 into continuity though, because in Crisis he makes a direct reference to Superman 3.
He does, which is interesting. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it's all screwed up because of just the years that passed. Obviously between.
But then again, you have Crisis that blew up everything. So.
Yeah, but then again, Crisis didn't blow up everything all at the same time, because really the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems that I have with a lot of CW stuff is they do a lot of stuff, but then it really doesn't mean anything. Look at how after Crisis, I mean, we had the Wonder Twins, and we had
please don't remind that, dude. Just blow up the CW, burn the CW down.
No, dude. Okay, calm down. That's some rhetoric right there. Okay, listen. TV universes can exist. I don't have to have it be perfect. All I'm saying is that they had literally a Hall of Justice. They started a pseudo Justice League, and then they just never did anything with it again.
It should be good though.
I liked Crisis on Infinite Earths. Did they do everything that I felt that they should? No. Did they consult with Enosh Fee about it? No. I would have had them do a whole lot more. I would have had them do a whole lot more things differently. Okay. But that being said, for what it was, I don't think that it was horrible. I'm not gonna like over accentuate that and just be like, oh, it was god awful. Let's blow up the whole thing. Look, the CW has done enough on its own to deserve to get blown up and not exist. Okay, I don't think Crisis on Infinite Earths
I think
that.
burn down the CW, not just Crisis. Burn down the CW and start over again.
Okay, but here's the
not
thing.
until we get our Babylon 5. Don't you deprive me of that Babylon 5 reboot I've been waiting for.
Joe, you like Babylon 5?
I love Babylon 5.
A lot of people love Babylon 5.
My friend!
When Ambassador met Joe. When Ambassador met Joe. Right here on the point next
Joe, we are going to be good friends.
Romance.
I'm just warning you.
Yes.
He hates Zack Snyder's Justice League with a passion.
I don't care. He loves Babylon 5. That right there negates his opinion on Zack Snyder's Justice League. Joe, I need to have you over on my channel. I do a weekly live stream review of every single episode for Babylon 5. Joe, you are my hero.
You got music for this?
Yes.
I'd be
Hold
happy.
on a second. I'm trying to.
Lionel Richie, hello.
Yes.
You're looking for.
Let's see here.
I can still call Enosh out for eating the meat.
No, that one probably doesn't work.
Batches?
Right.
I feel pretty sorry for the next guy who looks at me funny.
What about that guy?
No, that one's not good either.
You don't have them categorized?
Yeah, no. Here we go.
Before I was old enough to date, I'd already experienced a dozen glorious romances.
That was a good series, though.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah!
That was a horrible movie.
Enosh, if you threw a party and invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be for me.
And the card attached would say, probably thanks for being a friend.
Something like that.
Golden Girls. Golden Girls. I love that show. Sophia is my spirit animal.
I didn't realize how old
burns
that show started, man.
The gift would be a 4K of Snake Eyes, though. So
Say that again, William.
I didn't realize just how old they were when that show started because I was a kid and I didn't realize that
I had to leave my own stream.
They had full-on careers before that show even aired. I didn't realize that.
I know.
And all these other. I mean, I'm like, wow.
I mean, B. Arthur was in the Star
Maude,
Wars
I found
Holiday
out who Maude
Special.
was. Yeah.
Okay. That being said, I will say this about it. One of the highlights and the beautiful things about Crisis on Infinite Earths was Brandon Routh getting the opportunity to come back as Superman. And
for 10 seconds.
Well, you know what? He was back for a little bit. I don't like how they got rid of him. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I hate how they got rid of him. But beyond that, Brandon Routh nailed it. Like, completely nailed it. They actually gave him dialogue. They actually let him be heroic. They let him fight something. Another Superman, which was awesome. They I'm sorry, I just keep going back to him holding Tyler Hoechlin up by the neck against the wall, which is yes. And he like I said, he's serious. He has dialogue. He actually, I never thought that Brandon imitated Christopher Reeve the way people gushed on about, because they didn't give him enough dialogue. Christopher Reeve in the old Superman movies, he was constantly talking. He was the center of the conversations that happened in that movie. In Superman Returns, Brandon literally, they had him just reacting to everything with puppy dog eyes. Like they literally just have him looking at everybody and everything.
Staring people down.
And staring things down. Like when they were like, hey, we get this 5 extra minutes of him on Krypton. I was like, okay, cool. And then it's just like literally just 5 more minutes of him staring at stuff, like outside of the window. Like it just, but in Crisis, he's talking, man. And he's talking about things that we want to hear him talk. I mean, he's talking about his son, Jason. He's talking about, his life. He's talking about, Supergirl. I mean, he's just
like, didn't he say like that Lex and Joker teamed up and like totally like killed Lois and Perry?
Well, the Joker did because they were following the storyline where Joker gassed the Daily Planet. The Daily Planet, yeah.
Planet.
Yep. And the Daily Planet, and like killed his whole world. And like for him to say that, I mean, Anthony Beltray here with a $2 super chat says, William, wouldn't Discovery rebuild the CW?
Most likely. I guarantee you that's going to be one of their first targets.
Keep in mind, though, they can only do so much, though, because it is a joint venture with Viacom.
Yeah, I don't think Viacom will fight them on that. I mean, they really need to redo it and bring it up to, today. I think there's a perfect use and a demographic for the CW shows. I hate what they brought.
For CW, for me, I talked to this about a lot of times over there, but I think they just need more money.
Yeah.
They just need
that'll
more money.
be one of the things that Discovery brings. Is they do their production value, I think, is dreadful.
Like I think if they add more money, then you get all the visual effects stuff better, and then you can just pass the writing as TV writing. Like,
I would, because there are some good things about it. It's just there's not enough. There's just not enough, and I think
Cherie here says Brandon was amazing as Kingdom Come Superman. I absolutely agree. Like he's fantastic. And yes, Anthony, the line, even in the darkest time, hope cuts through. Hope is the light that lifts us out of darkness. And look, man, Brandon just, he showed a lot. I felt like in that series, just in the small time that he was even in it, he showed leadership. Like, look, let's be honest. Tyler Hoechlin's Superman is in that, and they even try to make Tyler's Superman kind of a pseudo leader. But when Brandon's Superman shows up, it's pretty obvious who the real Superman is.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Don't they even fight?
Yeah, they fight, dude. And Brandon Superman basically, I mean, look, they do, say, they kind of turn him evil there for a second, but even then, man, he kicks all kinds of butt.
As he should.
And yeah, as he should, right? And so let's go ahead and take a look at this and see exactly what happened, because apparently he's pitched this idea and likes this idea. So Superman Returns and Legends of Tomorrow star Brandon Routh wants to play the Man of Steel again on a Kingdom Come TV show. Frequent superhero Brandon Routh is ready to put back on the cape and tights for a Kingdom Come TV series. The actor spoke to comicbook.com ahead of the Flash's Armageddon event, which will see him return as the Atom. But the last big Arrowverse crossover, Crisis on Infinite Earths, featured Routh reprising the Man of Steel, albeit in a different form than Superman Returns. Inspired by the older Kal-El from the acclaimed Kingdom Come series, fans quickly embraced the actor once again wearing the S on his chest. But Routh revealed that he's actually lobbied for an even more accurate take on the character. Given the story is the right story and Superman is portrayed in the right way that I see Superman, I was absolutely always interested in that, Routh said, of once again suiting up to play the Man of Tomorrow. I have made my own investigations about the possibility of playing something like that. Right now, the truth is that we're flush with Superman stuff, with the success of Superman Lois, and Tyler Hoechlin's doing an awesome job on that. And then there's a couple of scripts and stuff going around for features, I think, in different iterations at Warner Brothers. As Routh notes, Tyler Hoechlin currently plays Clark Kent in the Arrowverse on the popular Superman and Lois. Meanwhile, Ta-Nehisi Coates and J.J. Abrams are working on a Superman project featuring a black version of the Kryptonian. And Henry Cavill still wants to play the Man of Steel in the DCEU, though it's unclear if that take on the hero will return. Or I don't know, like, are you missing like the best? Like, why do they mention it? Of course, they're going to mention the J.J. Abrams ones instead of mentioning the actual good
MBJ.
Yeah, like whatever.
Like that's the one that's actually like progressing.
The Michael B. Jordan one is the one that people actually want to see. So
and I think that one starts production like in April.
Yeah, it says, I don't know what all the plans are, but I do know that The Flash is coming out, and that is opening up the world, Routh said. When that happens, and with, I suppose, the success of that, that opens up other opportunities, just like Mark Guggenheim did with Crisis on Infinite Earths. You can have multiple Supermen, and it works. That experiment is actively in process and hasn't been tested yet on the feature film side. But I think that's what maybe they're gearing up for. It's hard to say what the next few years will bring, but where I used to say I didn't think I'd ever play Superman again, having been able to play him again on Crisis, now I say the sky's the limit. Who knows? Oops. Then it says, just kind of talks about Kingdom Come, written by Mark Waid and Alex Ross, with art by Ross. It was a 4-issue DC series in Elseworlds imprint. It told the story of Superman and other traditional heroes abandoning their posts as public support swells for a new wave of younger heroes, many of whom are willing to kill villains. But the haphazard ways of the new heroes cause an older Superman and other Justice League leaguers to return to set things straight.
I say
so.
That's Superman story, by the way. In all the years I've been reading Superman comics, in my opinion, for my money, and I got it sitting right up on the show, Kingdom Come is the best Superman story that's been written, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to say this. Most of you know, I said this earlier. I'm a Marvel guy. I read Kingdom Come. Granted, I read the trade paperback. I didn't read each individual issue, and I love the story that they tell in there. That story is kind of echoed in Superman versus the Elite. Because he's dealing with it's on a smaller scale, obviously, but he's dealing with a group of metahumans who are willing to kill, and that is kind of parallel. I think that's quite literally a deliberate parallel of Kingdom Come, because you have the one main character of I think it's Magog.
It's Magog.
It's Magog.
Magog. Who ends up killing, I think it's Captain Atom, and irradiating a big chunk of the Midwest of the U.S. And that kind of kicks off a whole conflict between several government agencies or whatever, and the superheroes, and particularly Magog and everything. And Superman is off sequestered in seclusion, not dealing with anything or anybody. And I remember that story very vividly. You've got Bruce Wayne operating in Metropolis, or not Metropolis, but in Gotham with the Batbots. And I will say this: the art alone, you didn't necessarily need any dialogue per se. The art alone was so good. It was some of the best
Those
comic
covers are
art.
amazing. The
Yes,
covers
it was
are
some of the.
amazing
It
for
was
that
the
series.
best. It is one of the best comics I have ever. Some of the best comic art I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Period.
Oh yeah,
they took their time on that one.
They did.
What?
The only thing I would say that's just as good, if not maybe a little better, was Marvel's. If anybody remembers.
Alex Ross. So
yeah, exactly.
One of my favorite Easter eggs in Kingdom Come is I'm a hardcore fan of the monkeys. I love the monkeys. And there's a scene in Kingdom Come where Alex Ross painted in the monkey men among the other superheroes.
Yeah. It's in the trade paperback. All the Easter eggs. There's 100 Easter eggs in there. And if you buy a certain edition of Kingdom Come, it gives you all those. Hey, can you bring that guy's question back up there again?
Yeah, this is where I would. Yeah.
My answer would be no.
Well, first of all, Rational Skeptic with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Rational Skeptic. Says Enosh and William, should Warner Media ditch Elseworlds and Multiverse Arrowverse and just focus on one timeline, the DCEU?
That's a resounding no, and here's why. When you're dealing with the DCEU is going to probably end up being your mainline stories where you tell your stories on the big screen. And no matter who's running Warner Brothers, there are going to be certain things you cannot do on the big screen because you'll limit your audience. And no matter how liberal it is with as far as the freedom that they give you, there's going to be a line. You can't do certain things on the big screen because you'll have your audience. So you can do those things on different platforms. And in order to give each creator their freedom to do what they want to do and they can do, you should give them their own types of universe so that they can have the freedom without having to come into conflict with everything else. So multiple platforms, multiple universe, they should expand on that. They should define it and they should make it their own. Because what Marvel's doing, and to be honest with you, is a mess that's going to confuse a lot of people. All right, even the hardcore people. I've had to explain to comic book collectors that I've been collecting for 15 years. But no, so the short answer to this question is I understand what he's saying, but no, I think they need to give themselves room to breathe on several platforms, and they will make more money that way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with this because, look, I've always said, even through the support for the Snyderverse, for example, okay, and do I want to see the Snyderverse continued? Yes, absolutely. But do I want that to be the only thing that that they do going forward? No, I don't. Because, listen, I may have my own particular likes, but I know that there are people like, say, for example, my good friend Joe here, right? And Joe has certain things that he likes that are not the same as what I like, or at least they're somewhat different, right? And so, do I want to force just my opinion and that be the only thing? No, I don't think that that's fair. My only thing in supporting the Snyderverse is I don't like the way Zack Snyder's been treated. I don't like the fact that they're like just negating the success that it has had, and us as fans who have supported it and made it very successful. Yet Warner Brothers executives are hard nosed and they've got issues. They obviously Zack Snyder like stole their puppy or something. I don't know what happened, right? But the thing is that I actually like the multiverse, unlike our good friend Matt Jarbo. I like the multiverse. I see all the potential for storylines in the multiverse. There are so many great storylines that could be told in that. You can have your Superman that's the classic Superman, that some people want to see, the bright, cheery, Boy Scout. But then it also leaves room for those of us who want a more serious take on the character. You can have even a Batman that is the Dark Knight style Batman, and then you can have a Batman that is more lighthearted, maybe, whatever. I like all of that. Do I think that they should ditch Elseworlds? No, I just don't. I feel like they should tell good stories. Period. That's what I want to see. I just want to see good stories. And you know what? To that avail, like, I love Shazam, for example. Okay. Is Shazam a different kind of DC movie than Batman v Superman? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. But Shazam is still a good movie. Now, look, there's some people who are going to who are just down on anything that Zack Snyder did not write, you know, and have, you know, and direct and have, you know, direct influence on. I don't think that's fair either, because then we're not going to enjoy anything DC going forward. And I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be in that position where I just hate everything just because it's not. Look, I know Joe really loves Birds of Prey. I love Birds of Prey. Okay, I really like Birds of Prey, but there are people who absolutely hate that movie, and I understand the reasons why they do hate that movie. Okay, and most of them have a lot to do with Black Mask. I still see the classic. Okay, but I still see the classic Black Mask in there when he puts on the mask. Okay, and so I see those parts. There are other parts that like they have people have problems with and stuff, and that's all fine. Okay, look at the Suicide Squad that we just got, right? Are there some stupid parts in there? Yes. Are there some parts that I would cut out? Yes. Do I think that James Gunn is just the be all end all of directors that they should have gone out and, you know, and been like from the fabulous mind? No, because I don't think anybody cares about that. Like, except for, you know, maybe some Marvel fans. They're the only ones who know who James Gunn is. You know, I mean, like, people know who James Gunn is, but like, it's not saying like Steven Spielberg is directing this movie. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not that. So I just want to see good stories. And if I like the stories, great. But you know what? There's going to be stories that are told that I'm not necessarily like into. Those aren't my stories, you know? Superman and Lois, for example. Do I think Superman and Lois is perfect? No. I know people who do, right? I do feel like that there are people who just like overemphasize Superman versus Lois, like because they're focusing on it to try to put down what Zack Snyder did. I think that you need to get over it. If you don't like Zack Snyder stuff, that's fine, but you don't have to use other things to try to put down Zack Snyder stuff. Zack Snyder stuff is there. This other stuff is here. I like Superman and Lois because it tells a story of Superman and his kids and his wife, and it tells a different kind of Superman story. Now, is it interesting that they immediately in the first season went back to the black suit, like possible evil Superman storyline? Yeah, it is. Because I know a lot of people who were claiming to hate Zack Snyder and the black suit and all those things until it started showing up over there. But, you know, it is what it is. I just think they can focus on, they don't have to focus on just one timeline. They can focus on several if they do it right. And I just know that when it comes to, this version of Superman with Brandon Routh, I feel that they could do a really good job with that. I would probably rather also see it over on HBO Max because I feel like they'd put some more production value into it, especially if they're going to actually try to tell the story of Kingdom Come.
Yeah.
You need more production value to it, as far as I'm concerned, and you need to like throw a really good writer at it. I don't want to see CW writers trying to write Kingdom Come. It's too important of a storyline to just do, you know, a couple network television, you know.
This is epic. This is epic level, and the tone. And the reason why I say HBO Max is because you cannot compromise the tone of Kingdom Come. There's death in Kingdom Come. There's death on a high scale in Kingdom Come. There's a nuclear weapon going off, killing people. Shazam, spoiler alert, Shazam dies in Kingdom Come, and the way he dies is kick-ass. And the way he fights Superman is a very violent way, and you don't want to compromise that with putting it in a PG-13 movie on the big screen or on CW. It has to be on HBO Max for me. To me, HBO Max is a doorway for all the
and
stuff.
Just because he keeps talking about it, Brandon Routh or TJ or T Nadozi here says Brandon Routh equals Kingdom Come Superman. Eat a wall if you disagree. Dude, you don't have to tell me, dude. I love Brandon Routh as that character.
The other thing that's great about HBO Max is that it allows them to do shorter seasons. I think one of the things that kills the CW is 22 episodes a year. Like Superman and Lois, I loved season 1, but due to COVID, they had an abbreviated season. I'm worried that show's going to fall apart when they go into a second year and are expected to produce 22 episodes.
Yeah, well, because it already felt like, didn't it already feel like they tried to stretch something out way too far, and it didn't even have a full season?
Didn't they have like a break in between episodes?
Well,
Yeah,
we'll
that's
break every couple
Why not if
episodes
they
too.
had
Yeah.
COVID, like the last season before Superheroes came out, and like they had to, stop putting episodes up because they didn't film it, and then when everything got back, they like shortened them because of that reason, because of the last 3 or 4 episodes were coming from the last season to this season, so they had to take off 5 episodes because of that reason. And then the like also like the whole like crossovers were ended because of that, and that's why this season of Flash is opening up with a crossover event, because now they can do crossover events with like 2 or 3 guest stars in an episode. And so it's one of those things where it's like, I think episode count really does hurt the story if you're trying to prolong the story. And what I see that Eric Wallace does with the Flash is he splits the like, if I think like the Flash is 20 episodes, so he splits them in like 10, and then finds like 2 or 3 episodes in those 10 to be like the filler, but it still moves the story. At least that's what he says. But it's like he has found his way to do it, which is fine. And then like some places have found their way to do it, but there shouldn't be more than 5 filler episodes. Like, I think 4 max. Because then you have like one before the mid-season finale, and then one after, and then one before the actual finale. As a breaking point.
Is he still there? Did he freeze or did it? Yeah, I would love to see Kingdom Come on HBO Max. I would love to see a Wonder Woman TV show on HBO Max. Wonder Woman Dead Earth. I mean, man, if I ever snuck in and brainwashed the entire nation and to making me the CEO of that, I mean, Wonder Woman Dead Earth is something I'm doing on HBO Max. I'm just a whole slate of programming that they could do on so many different levels, and they've already got the audience there for HBO Max, just based on Game of Thrones, just based on Sopranos, based on these shows. People gravitate to HBO brand name for these type of shows and this type of tone, and then all they got to do is put the right writers on it, and you could literally make an epic must see Sunday night TV show with
I think that's what they're doing the Green Lantern show first, because then you have this, because like you said, you have this big platform and this big audience there right now, and that you can introduce this hero or this group of heroes and then spin off of it to a movie to introduce 2 other heroes that are part of that group, and then you already have that group of people who watch that show who know what the Green Lanterns are and know the history of Sinestro, know the history of Guy Gardner, know the history of Simon Baz, know the history of Jessica Cruz. And if 1 or 2 of those people show up in the movie, they're like, oh, I know who these are, and I know what the Green Lanterns are about. Let me go watch this movie.
I think either Enosh or Ambassador fell asleep.
Nope,
I think Enosh said.
Oh, okay.
He was going to be back.
I heard. Okay, I heard snoring, or I thought I heard snoring.
Wasn't me.
Nah, it's the vibe. These jackasses out here are blasting they're doing some kind of car show, and they're and they're vibrating the windows, and they're vibrating my desk. So it's kind of like, that's why I keep
sorry,
muting
William.
myself. I'm like, what are you doing out here, dude? I mean, you're shaking your own windows on your own vehicle.
They're like, we're in the Vegas streets. We can do whatever we want.
They're not even in the streets. They're in the parking lot.
Oh, they're in the parking lot?
In the parking lot doing this. In a huge parking lot. You can park on the other side of the parking lot. You got to park next to my window.
Yeah, of course.
God. But yeah, I would love. I think HBO Max could be the focal point of a lot of DC shows, and it would.
And also,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like, and people are saying, "Oh, Birds of Prey isn't as successful as it is." I think that WB saw that, and they're like, "Okay, let's put everything that spins off from it onto HBO Max," because Batgirl, Black Canary, all from Birds of Prey, and now on HBO Max.
I think they killed themselves on that one with the R rating because Suicide Squad was rated PG-13. Like I know my daughter, she would have loved to have seen Birds of Prey. We didn't let her because she wasn't old enough. I think they cut a lot of their audience out with that R rating, and it wasn't necessary. That movie really wasn't. You drop a couple F-bombs, she would have gotten a PG-13.
What, the Suicide Squad, James Gunn's?
No, the Birds of Prey.
Oh, well, Birds of Prey, I think what really kills Birds of Prey more so than the R rating, that may be a part of it. The biggest part that hurts a Bird of Prey is how they handle Jared Leto's Joker prior to that. You have a breakup movie, and one half of the breakup is never seen in the movie because you devalued his character, and hence you kind of devalued the momentum of her character.
Well, wasn't there a report saying that that he shot a scene, but test screens didn't like his scene, so they cut it out?
Well, once you heard him in the original Suicide Squad,
yeah, exactly that too.
You really hurt him going forward.
Well, we're going to talk about Jared Leto here in just a few minutes. So, and his role in the Suicide Squad, and David Ayer, and him wanting to see that. So we'll get into that in just a couple minutes. Rational Skeptic here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Rational Skeptic. Says, "Hey guys, what DC TV shows, films do you think will be canceled from the merger?"
See, people don't think this is going to happen.
I don't think anything.
I don't think any will.
I don't think.
I think there are going to be some that get pushed.
I feel like they've already thinned the herd, though, man. Look, Black Lightning's gone, Supergirl's gone.
Arrow's gone.
Arrow's gone. But if anything, it's probably going to be Legends of Tomorrow because I don't think Legends of Tomorrow even has that much longer to go, anyways. It's been on the chopping block a few times now.
This season and one more season, and they're done.
You know what's fascinating about Legends? I love Legends, and I think it gets better every season. And I said to my wife, what's really weird is this show has gotten better as it has drifted farther and farther away from the comics. Because if you look at the characters on that show, most of them are original characters that they made up for that show. And I'm like, that's interesting that season 1 with Hawkman and Firestorm and it wasn't as good as now that you've got characters like Gary and Ava Sharp and all these characters that
I like it.
They created.
It's a goofy show. It's fine. I don't care that it's not as serious as it was the first season.
That's what I was going to do. Thank you, H. Barts, for showing me this because this is what I was going to do here just a couple minutes ago before I forgot here. Sorry about that. H. Barts here I had 2 member thing. I sure wish that StreamYard would get on board with these member super chats because it really makes it tough for us as content creators because we don't see this, and so people have to show us. So thanks H Barts for mentioning it. So H Barts had a member for 7 months comment. Thank you, H Barts. You're awesome, bro. And very grateful for you, sir. Says Spoder Man, no way Defoe. H Barts, are you looking forward to seeing Willem Dafoe back in Spider-Man? Do you think we'll actually see Willem Dafoe, or will he always be in the mask and maybe he just did audio
ADR.
for it? Yeah, ADR.
I think we see him because we saw that one shot where he's on the glider with the goggles.
Yeah, but is that him?
Yeah, because
Are we
saw
sure?
Because we saw the leaked photo of it.
I saw a
Forte,
photo.
and they released the Forte.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. But again, is that him or is that like a hobgoblin kind of?
I think.
Please don't do the hobgoblin yet.
No.
Don't do that.
think what it is I saw this on Twitter where what if the longer they stay in the MCU, they start getting integrated into it. So like his suit starts to fade into that. It's not like a new suit that he makes or anything. It starts to fade into that.
Well, kind of like Doc Ock is using.
Yeah, where he's
because and that's the reason why they're going to end up having they're actually destroying the universe by being there, that's what Doctor Strange is trying to explain. These people can't stay. They have to go back.
They have to go back and die.
Yeah, which is something Peter doesn't seem on board with.
Alive, so bye.
So and then here's Anthony Grigsby from Down Under. man, you know what? I hope for the day that I get down to Australia and get to meet so many awesome people that I've gotten to know from Australia this last year. Because
Vegemite sandwich.
Well, I don't know if you can get me to eat Vegemite. No, I nothing about Vegemite looks like anything that like I would be interested in.
What it tastes like? No.
You know what? I might. You know what? I take that back. If I ever get down to Australia, I would try it. It looks like absolute garbage to me. I'm sorry if I'm insulting anyone in Australia. It just looks like the nastiest thing like on the planet.
Is it like vegetable oil? Like,
I've never actually heard anybody like. Every time I hear it described, Caden, it's described differently. So it's like a gelatinous like material that's kind of like I think vegetable oil or something like else but it's gelatinous. It's like and then it's mixed with some kind of decaying vegetable or something like that it's like you can smear on bread or sandwiches and
it looks.
No. You just described something.
It's a leftovers brewer's yeast extract with various vegetables and spice additives.
Oh, is that? Did he describe what it was? Did he describe what it was?
I just looked it up.
Oh, okay. But you know what? But you know, even Anthony here says yes. What here it says? Guys, Vegemite is yuck. So there you go.
Hey,
and
can
then
I answer this question real quick? The guy before that.
Well, hold on. So Anthony Grigsby here says, "Hey guys, I don't know if we already just look at that?
Yes.
Or did I pull it up? Yeah, we already looked at that one, man.
Yeah.
We already talked about this one. This one right here.
No, we haven't done that one yet.
Yeah, there we
go. Yeah, we did do that one.
This is the one that this is the one we talked about.
Yeah, we've already done that
I'm just trying to get through this. So we talked about that one, and then H Bart's here had a $2 super chat. Says Spoderman wants a big mech of McDonald's.
From McDonald's.
From McDonald's, a big mech from McDonald's. And I think that was it. I think we're all caught up there. But
yes,
Anthony has his 3-month membership one. So thank you, Anthony. And he says, "Hey guys, I don't know if it has been addressed already, but do you think the photo Zach put up in front of the Wonder Woman photo meant anything going forward?"
No, not really.
I'm very confused by it, but I don't think it means anything important.
Maybe he just doesn't randomly. I mean, he randomly does stuff, but he usually does it with his randomness has a purpose.
Nah.
You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong, Anthony. Anthony, I'm sorry. You aren't wrong, William. And that's really that's really the case, right? Is that typically when Zach puts something up, it's for a reason. It means something, but we don't know what it means. Yeah. And right now I think it's too early to speculate what that means. Maybe it means that I don't know. I don't think I would if I had to venture just a guess, Anthony. And we haven't talked about it because I haven't been on air since that happened. If I had to venture any kind of guess of what it could possibly mean, it might mean that he's more involved with Wonder Woman 3 in a producer type of role, trying to bring Wonder Woman back to a fitting conclusion since they want to do this trilogy. And it'll probably take place after the events that we've seen so far.
I hope it's
that would be
not
my guess.
Going to be like during World War II or anything, like people speculate, because that still ruins that whole 100
Who speculated
years.
that?
Someone was saying that it might take during World War II. I'm like, please don't, because then it still ruins that whole Wonder Woman 84 also ruined this whole 100-year disappearance.
Yeah. Well, no, Patty. Sorry. Patty, I think made pretty clear that they're not going backwards in the series, that they're going to go forward. Yeah. So, I think that's good for everybody that you move forward. Speaking of moving forward,
I like this kind of stuff.
What do you guys? What do you guys think of this? This was announced real quick.
Yep.
Though, H Bart's with a $5 super chat says, "I wonder if they will show Goblin death in Spider-Man 1, but a portal will open up." Do you think we'll? Okay, look with Venom, right? We got that moment when something changed, and the whole world changed, and then all of a sudden they were in the MCU. Do you think that to kind of close out that subject? Do you guys think that we'll get like introductions like that for each member?
Maybe.
What do you mean? Oh, like how they got there? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe like Doc Ock, but not.
Well, because they even
Doc
talked
Ock.
about Doc Ock, right? That like it's like that moment, like right there as he's about to die or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
And I don't know how that works with him being evil, but
I wonder if, because I think honestly the bridge scene might be our first introduction to Doc Ock and Goblin being there.
Yeah.
And then once I think Doc Ock is the one that gets captured, while Goblin's still out there, terrorizing everywhere. But like Doc Ock explains everything to Strange and Peter. And but I don't know. It's very interesting on how they show these villains getting there and going back.
What do you think, Ambassador?
I don't. Oh, okay.
About which? About the casting?
Yeah.
Or
Well, what do you think? First of all, I know you probably got some thoughts on the casting, but what do you think about the possibility of them opening up things? I mean,
I think the thing is it's going to make the most logical sense for it to be a portal opening to bring each of those villains through into Holland or Tom Holland's Spider-Man's universe. I mean, they could do it the same way they did in with that post-credit scene in Venom, Let There Be Carnage. That for me is probably be the most likely explanation, and it's the most straightforward.
Yeah.
So
I think they'll show the exit, but I don't think they'll explain how they got there, other than Doctor Strange's explanation of it, because you just don't have. You have to jump from one plot to another, and part of that plot, and that he can explain that. I think the way that they're going to go back is in the title. I think in order for if they don't go back to their original timelines, their universes are going to collapse, and all the people that come from those universes are pretty much going to be out of existence. They're all basically going to be destroyed, and so Peter Parker has to decide.
I think they're all going to get thrown into a new timeline together. And
and here's the other thing too. If you remember, towards the end of the second trailer, Strange is staying on top of the torch for the Statue of Liberty. And you see the sky starting to light up with those beams of purple light.
Right.
That right there is calling back or is coinciding with what Loki and Sylvie do at the end of Loki when the one who remains, or Kang the Conqueror, or at least that version of Kang the Conqueror, dies, and you start to see the multiverse branch out. I don't think that is anything that has to do particularly with what Strange does per se. I think that has to do more with what Loki and Sylvie do.
Well, it coincides. It matches up.
Yeah, it coincides. That's what I mean. It coincides. Those two events coincide with one another.
Also, if you look at the purple, it looks like a mixture of the Into the Spider-Verse purple glow with all the multiverse timelines clashing, and the Loki one.
Maybe.
Well, what I think is going to end up happening is that when the one of the who remains, when his death basically rewrites things and creates a multiverse, it happens at the same time that Doctor Strange is doing things. So the universes are being written over. So those guys have to go back, or their universes are going to collapse. So everybody that lives in those universes is going to basically die. Their universes are going to get wiped out of existence. And I think that's what the word "No Way Home" means, is because they're going to have to close that aperture from both sides. Doctor Strange is going to be on one side, and I think Spider-Man is going to have to be on the other side in order for those alternate situations not to just be wiped out of existence, because you're wiping out billions of people that are living in those realities.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also think they're going to create an escape clause so that Spider-Man can come back on a case-by-case basis.
You're going to get an amulet. You'll get an Eye of Eye of Amato or something like that, and it'll be like, hey,
Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, whenever you need me, squeeze this amulet or click your web slingers 3 times. They're going to give him I think they're going to give him his own little Spider-Verse, but there will be some way for him and Doctor Strange to communicate and to draw each other into each other's realities.
Interesting. Okay, moving on to Ahsoka. for all you Star Wars fans.
Hello.
Ahsoka Tano. So this is from Variety. I also have the original.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt. Yeah. I got to dip out because they're getting closer with the sound and it's starting to shake starting to mess up my sound here. So I'm going to jump over.
Oh, we don't hear anything. Yeah, all right, cool. All right. Ahsoka Tano displays Disney Plus series cast Natasha Liu Bordizzo, as Sabine Wren.
Yeah, Bordizzo. Yeah, Sabine Wren.
Okay.
Yeah.
The upcoming Ahsoka Tano series at Disney Plus has cast Natasha Liu Bordizzo as Sabine Wren. Variety has confirmed with sources. She joins previous announced series lead Rosario Dawson. Wren was first introduced to the Star Wars universe in the animated series Star Wars Rebels. She is a young Mandalorian and a weapons expert, particularly when it comes to explosives. She is also known for her love of graffiti and is a dropout of the Imperial Academy of Mandalore. After the fall of the Empire, Wren and Tano struck out in search of their missing friend, Ezra Bridger, in Rebels. The character was voiced by Taya Sakar. Reps for Lucasfilm and Bordizzo did not immediately respond to Variety's request for comment. Bordizzo made her on-screen debut in the 2016 film Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Sword of Destiny. She followed that up in roles in films like The Greatest Showman, Guns Akimbo, Hotel Mumbai, and The Voyeurs.
Guns Akimbo is a great movie, by the way.
I've actually heard of that one. Guns Akimbo. Go ahead.
She also starred in the popular Netflix series The Society and the Quimby. What's Quimby again?
Quibby
series.
like this, like
I know. Oh yeah, Quimby. Oh, Quimby. Whatever. More people know who Quimby is. Mayor Quimby from the Simpsons.
Aren't you one of the little rascals?
The Quibi series, Most Dangerous Game. She's repped. Okay, blah blah blah. The Ahsoka Tano series was first announced in December 2020, with Dawson reprising the role she first played in the season of the hit series The Mandalorian. The new series is currently scheduled to begin production in early 2022. It was previously reported that Hayden Christensen is expected to appear in the series in the role of Anakin Skywalker / Darth Vader, with Skywalker having mentored Tano when she was a Padawan. The Ahsoka Tano show is one of several live-action Star Wars series set up at Disney Plus, along with the upcoming third season of The Mandalorian. The streamer is also currently working on series about Obi-Wan Kenobi, starring Ewan McGregor, a Cassian Andor series starring Diego Luna, and The Acolyte from creator Leslie Headland, among others, of course, which we know that only The Acolyte is being currently looked at by Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy.
Bullshit.
Even though she won't, she can only work on that one. They literally hired her back for 3 more years, guys, just so that she could work on just The Acolyte. Oh, come on. Come on, Ambassador. Know it's true.
Indiana Jones 5. Also,
the only thing I know is true is Doomcock is a half.
Oh, I predicted this. Why did you say that?
I got a prediction for you, Doomcock. I'm going to kick you in the junk the first time I meet you.
At this point, I'd like to add that there are a few sad little YouTube channels who hate me for being vastly more successful than they are.
Hey, did you guys
you know what I say?
Did
you
you guys see? I got a.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll get my rip here in a minute.
I was going to say, I got a call from Doomcock's brother, Boomshock, earlier this week. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I put it up on my channel.
Boomshock.
Yeah, I didn't know he had a brother, but he gave me some predictions and some scoops that were every bit as accurate as Doomcock's. Did you know that Walt Disney has stepped down as the head of DC Comics? Straight from Doomcock's brother.
Doesn't surprise me. He has been gone for quite a while, so
and I'm just gonna say this about Mr. Gill. You have you have less creativity than a preschooler playing with finger paints.
Wow, that's kind of creative.
What?
So, look,
you son of a motherless goat.
You know what? I actually have that one. I think I actually have that drop. Hold on a second. Where's that drop? I think I got that somewhere here. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is.
You dirt-eating piece of slime! You scum-sucking pig! You son of a motherless goat!
Where's the one from Holy Grail? You have that one?
Oh, I don't have one from Holy Grail. No, I don't. I need one from Holy Grail though, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, but okay. So look, I think a lot of us expected this already. I'm glad that they announced it, to like get it official. But
I know that there was like rumors of Tati Gabrielle or Lana Condor, like, Jordan Mason and like other like Star Wars scoopers were like tweeting out the names that they were looking at, and then like it was like, oh, Tati Gabrielle was like the main one.
Wait, are you telling me that there were Star Wars scoopers who were saying that it was going to be other people and they were wrong?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know, Jeremy. What do you think of Doomcock's predictions?
If you believe Doomcock's rumors, that's great. I don't.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I just want to say this to Dead Dude Vince and Patrick Childs. Three Amigos is where it's at. Great film. I love that movie. Anything 80s. Everybody knows this about my channel. Anything 80s, I cover it. I love it because the 80s will always be awesome.
What about Manimal?
And of course, huh?
What about Manimal?
Manimal. I'm changing.
Well, and let's you know the reason why Gil likes the 80s. It was the last time he was touched by a girl.
Oh wow.
His mom?
Oh wow, you guys are hard.
Yes. And the school nurse.
It's okay. He hates girls, so.
Man.
Clearly.
Wow.
He has issues.
By the way, I gotta say, I have
seen a little something in that video.
Dude, Vince, yes, I like Funny Farm too. Yes,
I gotta say, I've completely lost respect for Olivia Dabo for going on his. It's like really.
Right. Anybody who goes on that stream, I pretty much lose respect for it because
there are some people I know that I've seen on his streams. I'm like, why?
And look, I like Echo Base. I like Echo Base. I just don't understand. I think those guys at least like look. It to me it's like this. Like Joe hates Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? But I like Joe, right? So the thing is like with Echo Base, I feel like they're nice guys. They have differences of opinions than what I subscribe to, but at least for the most part, they're not jerks about it. You know what I mean? Like they're pretty laid back. I'm not saying that they can't possibly. I mean, I don't watch all their stuff, so I don't know everything that they say or do.
You're not missing much.
But I do know how they have presented themselves to me and around me, and I think that's. I mean, just like even today, like I was talking, I did a nerd encouragement even, and Drunk 3PO came in, and he expressed his condolences for my grandmother passing, and stuff, and look, that kind of stuff I can at least. I respect that. You know what I mean?
That's
like
just being generally decent. Yes, that's good. That's everything.
Yeah.
But why affiliate yourself with someone who is just so scummy, who has such a rotten take and has such a rotten perspective on life? Why go down that road? What benefit does it? What does it benefit you? The plain honest truth is, I think they partially do it. Maybe out of fear of being excommunicated. But here's the thing. You're getting excommunicated from a burning garbage heap. Run away from the burning garbage heap, guys.
I know, man. But but it also, I mean, comes back to like, I feel like it's absolutely crazy that Doomcock gets the support that he does. And people think that he's actually gotten scoops right when he hasn't. It's been proven time and time again.
Look, I used to be subscribed to Captain Buckethead.
Yeah.
I used to be a part of his Patreon. I sent him a couple of super chats because at one time I actually did somewhat agree with what he had to say, but when it turned out to be he was a one-trick freaking pony, I was like, to hell with you. I'm getting the hell away from you, and I'm a hell of a lot happier since I have.
Yeah.
Just
well,
his whole
Cylon, I think, hits it right here. People are worth more than their opinions, and I absolutely agree with Cylon. So that's why, like, I can show respect where respect is due. Like, even when I had Jeremy on here, I think that look, there's a lot of stuff that I have difference of opinion with Jeremy, and I told him right to his face when he was here. So it's not like I'm talking, out of school about it. I told him exactly how I felt about that. But the thing is that I do respect the fact that he was able to. He deflected a lot. But at least he had he came here and he had a conversation with me, but the thing is like there's a lot of people that I don't necessarily agree with, but just because they have a different opinion doesn't make them bad people either. There are plenty of other things that people do that can make them considered bad people, but disagreeing about Star Wars or, certain things, or like whether or not they like Kathleen Kennedy, or whatever, like that's the least of my worries, So even with Doomcock, I really don't care about Doomcock's opinion about Kathleen Kennedy. What I care about is trying to mess up the fandom, like trying to mess up other people by poisoning people to these ideas. And then even further, there's just other things that Doomcock talks about that we all know are just absolute.
The whole stay angry thing, just that just right there. It's
that's a load of horse manure if I ever heard. Sorry, Joe. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I agree. I agree. It's like
he wants to cause hate.
Yeah.
That's all he That's all he wants is hate.
Yeah.
Because to him and that group of people, The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi ruined Star Wars. So they're like, let's get angry, stay angry, because
because you're not gonna, because quote unquote he's quote saving pop culture, and if you like pop culture, if you like what they're doing, then what's there for him to save? He needs you angry. He needs you angry because then you can support him. Because if you're not angry, he has no cause.
Yeah.
Nope.
Me and Enosh have debated this. I have no great love for the sequel trilogy, but I will tell you this, and I talked about this tonight over on my stream. I have spent a year, and I'll be spending several more years, writing a story in the sequel trilogy era that means something to me. And I'm going to turn into a bigger project to bring this fandom that I love and I have been a part of all my life, not literally speaking, back together. Because I don't want people to stay angry. I want people to remember why they love Star Wars. And I want them to remember the characters in this universe for what they should be. Deep and vast and rich characters that make you think and make you have emotional responses. Not something that's going to make you angry or make you stay angry. Stay angry is the stupidest catchphrase I have ever heard in the history of ever.
It also indicates that you're not really a fan because, bear with me on this one, they go sell The Last Jedi. They hated The Last Jedi. Hated it. Okay, you hated The Last Jedi, but they were like, Star Wars is dead. Star Wars is dead. And it's like, okay, all right, we get it. You didn't like that movie, but they're going to make another one. How do you know you're not going to like the next one? I am a huge Star Trek fan. I hated Into Darkness. I hated it. But it wasn't like, well, I'm not watching another Star Trek movie now because I didn't like it. No, what I did was I hoped, well, my God, I hope the next one's better. I hope I like the next, and I did. I liked the next one. So it's like, if your fandom is so flimsy that one movie can destroy it, were you really a fan? If that
I have to agree with that. I have to agree with that.
I agree too.
And also, everyone, like, I think pretty much a lot of people have to realize that, like, everyone has their bad moments. And for Lucasfilms, it was, that rough period between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker, but they came back when they released Mando. And
now we're getting
Ahsoka, we're getting Andor, we're getting Kenobi, we're getting sure, it was quote unquote dead, sure, whatever you believe that at the moment, but now it's back to life. Like, stop trying to kill what is already there now. Like, you wanted to bring it back to life. Now it is, and now you're trying to still kill it. Like, it's there.
Because here's the thing: is they all accidentally got really rich hating it. You know, well, and that's the thing, right? So they went so long, like they kept trying to tap into a certain like hatred, right? And so they tapped into it enough that all of a sudden it became very lucrative. And it's no longer lucrative if everybody's happy. Okay, if everybody's enjoying Star Wars, that's why they're going after the MCU now. You notice that? You notice how they've jumped now, and now it's all the MCU.
Bob Chapek versus Kevin Feige.
Look, guys, you don't see. Look, you know, and this is just like the funny thing. It's like I don't hate the MCU. Okay, I don't. I was literally just going back through because I had to find a DVD of my family stuff for my grandma's funeral, right? So I had to find like this. I got it right here. This DVD of our family memories and stuff. It's old. It's old 8mm films of my grandma and me and stuff when I was a kid. And the thing is like, as going back to that, I was going through all my, Blu-ray collections and everything like that. And it's like, I'm looking at all of the MCU films in there because I bought them all. You know what I mean? Like I not all the new ones. I'll be honest with you. I didn't buy Captain Marvel, and stuff like that. But I like that. But like, this is so ingenuine of them now jumping over to the MCU. They haven't been talking about the MCU for 5 years. Okay. They haven't been talking about the MCU for 2 years. All right. Or a year. It was like all of a sudden we're just like, boom, we hate the MCU. I mean, the only thing that you could maybe say that they talked about the MCU was Captain Marvel because they all hate Brie Larson.
That's it.
I love Brie Larson. I don't love her as much as I love my wife, but you know what? I did a whole stream I did a Brie Larson appreciation stream, and I had a blast. And then I had some little neg come in at the end going, "Oh, why are you covering Brie Larson?" She said men are bad. I'm like, no, she didn't say men are bad. She said she wants people of different ethnicities to be reviewing movies, which I can't say I disagree. I do want to comment real quick on Ahsoka and them having Sabine Wren.
Let's stay on this.
Yeah, so on Sabine Wren being in this. This tells me right here that most likely the focus of Ahsoka is them going off to look for Ezra. And we all know what that means. That means we're going to be seeing a different version of this guy, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah.
And now, here's the thing. Enosh, I know you've said, and you have this perspective that is perfectly fine. They are filling in the gaps in between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy.
Yep.
I don't particularly care about that. I mean, for me, all these stories, I'm looking at them on from a case-to-case basis as whether or not I like it. I didn't care for Bad Batch. It got boring for me. And Dinosh, you know how much I love Star Wars. And if I say something like Bad Batch is boring,
I felt like the finale wasn't even a finale.
Honestly, it really didn't do anything for me. But what I will say is I am happy to see them bringing these characters that have been a part of my life for a long time. I'm happy to see Thrawn being introduced. I love that reference in the episode with Ahsoka, and I'm like, I geekasm just a little bit when she's like, "Where's your master? Where's Thrawn?" Right. I'm like, "You're gonna be bringing in the Chiss?" Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I'm all for that.
Yeah, what I like about this whole thing is that it's...
Go ahead, Kate.
Because you have the Rebels epilogue, which is right after that episode of Mando, and then after that epilogue will be the series, and it will be finding Ezra and Thrawn. But it's kind of cool to see that Ahsoka didn't know that Ezra was missing until she went to talk to Sabine and found out that, oh yeah, Ezra is missing with Thrawn as well. And that's the reason why she is even more pushed to find Thrawn. Is because one of her aka Padawans is missing.
Yeah. Anthony says, didn't they already cast the kid? So that's been the rumor
Yeah,
for the
that's
longest
been-
time. But
that's been a major
but they
one.
haven't officially cast him as the character. I will say this. I'm excited about this because one, it confirms that Sabine's going to be in it, which I always assumed. I mean, I've gone on record as saying that several times, and it is going to retell the story of the Thrawn saga.
Sort of.
I think that's something
it's going to be
doing.
it's going to be different. It's going to be different,
Yeah,
obviously, but it's going to be more in line. I mean, with the Thrawn books being canon now, it will definitely be in line with those Thrawn books. Whether or not it gets really deep into the lore of the Chiss, I'm not really sure, but it will do a retelling of that. And honestly, the Bad Batch, I think one of the saddest things is, like, look, I'm not saying the Bad Batch is the perfect thing, because, like, I watched it because it's Star Wars and I love it.
Yeah.
But the Bad Batch actually is filled with all kinds of Easter eggs when it comes to actually stuff in the Mandalorian time. Because at the very end, I don't know if you watched the very end, but if you read the Thrawn, if you watch the Thrawn, if you read the Thrawn trilogy, because you know what Mount Tantus is, you know what Wayland is,
Wayland and the
also
clone
has
of,
Rebels.
yes, and that's featured in the Bad Batch. So I thought it was really cool that they used it as a backdoor way to introduce that. And so, like my thing is just this: you don't have to love everything Star Wars. But if you like certain Star Wars things, and, like, even if you give them a chance, like, look, I bailed at Resistance. I just couldn't do it. I've tried several times to go back to it.
I watched one episode and I was like, nope.
I can't do it. There's people who tell me it gets better later on because they say that, that Kylo Ren shows up. That, like, I would love to see more of Captain Phasma, right, and all that stuff, because she's in it. That'd be great. Except for I just can't get to it. Like, it just bugs me. And so I get it. I get it when people don't, want to give things a chance, and that's fine. All I'm saying is that, like, with this casting especially, it's great because it confirms that we're getting Sabine, which to me means, I mean, we're like, so Thrawn's already been name dropped.
Yes.
If they're bringing all those people in, they're going to bring in Ezra, which validates all of us who watched Rebels and enjoyed Rebels. I really enjoyed Rebels a lot.
Rebels was good. I think one of the highlights for me with Rebels was when they brought Maul back in.
Yeah,
that for me was one of the big highlights. And of course, the duel between Ahsoka and Vader.
I like how all the current Star Wars Disney Plus series that even Kenobi and Andor will kind of still connect to Mando, Ahsoka, Book of Boba, because of certain themes and concepts that will show up in Kenobi, like the Inquisitors, which showed up in Rebels, which Rebels connects to Ezra and Thrawn. So it's like that connection, and also just a possibility where a young Ahsoka might even pop up in both Andor and Kenobi. So it's like one of those things.
I think the likelihood of Ahsoka showing up in Kenobi is very slim. I think they're going to focus on. I think they're going to focus on him.
I think it'd be too much if they throw her into that. I'm already of the mind that I like, and I know there's a lot of people who disagree with me, and that's fine. You can disagree with me all day long. It's still ain't going to change my opinion. I don't want to see whatever this rematch thing is between Obi-Wan and Vader. Leave it alone. Let it go. Don't get into the habit of trying to fix things that don't need to be fixed. I get it that you want to do it for nostalgia over
here's
Obi-Wan and Anakin, but this is something that to me is just not needed in any way, shape, or form, because it undoes things, and it's too close to the timeline, to the time that we come into. So,
well, now here's the thing too. Those lines that Vader speaks in A New Hope are, I will admit, somewhat ambiguous. So,
when I last met you, I was but a learner. Now I'm the master. By the time
here's the
Vader.
But here's the thing too. But now let's run this to ground just a little bit.
Okay.
Even if they do have some sort of rematch between Obi-Wan and Vader in the Obi-Wan series, This is only a few years into Anakin being Vader, or Vader on his path of knowledge of the dark side. So he's not at the full level that we would see him at, say, in Rogue One or even in the original trilogy. So he could still be, you could quantify as a master. Enosh, what the heck?
Why are you doing that?
Because he stood up, and the super chat from a piece
I'm
here
not
is
standing up.
everyone show
No.
their full design. So
no,
we've all seen that design. Oh, wrong side.
I'll wear the Dune one tomorrow.
He does own a different T-shirt besides that T-shirt, by the way. For me, dude, it's my Poindexter Lounge one. You can get this right here on the channel on the Teespring. You can get this design on a lot of different cool stuff. Joe, what do you got? You're wearing a Back to the Future shirt, aren't you?
Back to the Future. Got the poster, and of course, which side is it?
Mega Podtastic.
And I got a pin with the Sesame Street Martians. Yip.
An ambassador is wearing a microphone.
I am not showing my T-shirt. I'm not standing up. I am old and I am tired and I'm not moving. So deal with it.
There you go. But you got three. You got three. And Caden is he's just.
I'm wearing Michael Myers.
He's wearing Michael Myers in the moonlight.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Peace. I appreciate you your super chat there.
Evil dies tonight.
Let's see. New Hope.
That movie was horrific.
So Rational Skeptic here with a $2 super chat. Rational Skeptic here with a $2 super chat says New Hope novels says their last battle was Mustafar.
But here's the thing: the New Hope novel never mentions Mustafar because it was never directly referenced. I should know. I have the New Hope novelization, unless they've done a re-edit on it, which I don't know. But here's the thing.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, Josh. Good to see you, man. Those lines of dialogue by Vader are relatively ambiguous. If you remove the whole novelization argument, it could literally mean they did meet one time before. And when Vader says, I sense a presence, a feeling, I sense something, a presence I've not felt since, and he doesn't finish the sentence. So it quite clearly could mean. I'm not saying it. This is definitive.
I understand what you're saying, Ambassador, because I understand what kind of loophole they're going to try to jump through to get to that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is at the end of the day, am I going to watch it? Yeah. Is it probably going to be a cool fight? Yeah. But you know what? I guarantee you it's going to be over the top just to try to make up for everyone's complaints over the years about episode 4, about being two old men fighting. Because they're going to, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to make it this epic battle that both of them somehow survive, that Vader has to get away somehow, or Obi-Wan barely escapes or something like that.
I see.
It's just not needed. It's just not needed as far as it's the same reason why everybody liked that Scene 38, thing that came out a few years ago. And it was fun. I watched it, but we've got a review of it. We did a watch of it here on the channel.
Watched your review.
It's great. It's fun. Like I was excited for it. But you know how many comments I've gotten since we did that review a few years ago, where all I hear about is this is the way Disney should have done it. This is the way Star Wars should have been, like back in the day.
I don't know if I would say that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, Disney didn't even do it, first of all, okay? George Lucas did that one. Exactly. And the thing is, I've still gotten comments saying, this is better than Disney. This is better than anything Disney's put. And it's not. It's a good fan film that's a lot of fun. And it actually stars the guy who was Ben Affleck's stunt double for Batman v Superman and everything. What's his name? I'm having a brain fart right now. He's been on the 4 Nerds several times. He's been on different... people shows and stuff like but so that's great because I actually teased because in that, like I said, that he looks a little short in that fan film, because Vader does look short in that fan film. Like
he does.
Like, it's not a slam against him. He did fine, like in the fighting roles and stuff like that.
Yes.
But it's funny because before I even knew who he was, he literally commented on that video years ago and was like, hey now, you call me short, but he's like 6'1", where like David Prowse was what, 6 or like 7'1", or something like that. 7 foot.
David Prowse was around 6'10". Peter Mayhew was the tallest person on cast. Obviously, most everybody knows this because, well, he was a really tall fella. He was around 7 foot, if not 7 foot, right on the nose.
Let's see here.
David Prowse was 6'6".
They were probably 6'6".
So there you go. So I mean, it's still 5 inches tall, and he looked more prominent in the suit. But like I said, just to kind of wrap this up, I'm just glad that they actually announced this, because, like I said, this gets me even more excited now for the future of Ahsoka. It was also asked, I think it was who was it here? Was it Anthony maybe, or somebody just asked if I thought that? Oh yeah, Anthony here asked, do I think that we will see Ahsoka versus Darth Vader in Ahsoka series? No, because it
already happened in Rebels.
It already happened in Rebels. Darth Vader's dead by this time. Darth Vader's dead by this time. Ahsoka,
unless there might be like a mention of that fight where it's like I have to save Ezra because he saved my life from Vader.
Maybe flashback or something like that. But I doubt that they need. They don't need. Again, that's that's not needed.
Yeah,
right. I would rather see them to put the time into writing new scenes that actually move the story forward than showing us something in live action that we've already seen in animation that was just fine in animation, that looked absolutely amazing in animation, and got the point across in animation. Do I think that Anakin is going to show up in that show? There's a better chance of Anakin showing up in the Ahsoka show than Ahsoka showing up in any
haven't they pretty much confirmed that Hayden Christensen is coming back for Ahsoka? I mean, he's coming back. He's coming back for.
I think it's gonna be Force Ghost talking to Ahsoka, helping her.
Yeah, it's his Force Ghost talking to Ahsoka. Now, here's another possibility. I know you want to move on, but let me just say this real quick. If it turns out that it's not actually a duel per se in a physical space between Obi-Wan and Vader, but it's more of a Force link of some sort, and it's a confrontation through the Force more so, that's the conflict there, then that won't necessarily break what is said.
But that's not what they're promoting, dude. They've said the rematch of the century. When you say rematch of the century, that ain't Obi-Wan thinking about Vader and Vader thinking about him and using the Force to connect that way. That's them getting it out. And have you seen the concept art?
I have, yes.
The concept art is of them fighting.
Well, here's the other thing too. Disney and Lucasfilm have been oftentimes very good at bait and switch. Can we say Plo Koon in The Mandalorian? And we know how that turned out.
Was that a real thing though?
That was how they hid Mark's presence for the season 2 finale.
Oh, yeah, but I don't feel that.
I don't think it was announced that he was in the show. But this is announced. This is like
you fools! If you watched my videos, you would know that it is happening because the Veil of the Force is going to change the timeline.
The Veil of the Force is not a real thing, you idiot. It's called the World Between Worlds, not the Veil of the Force. The Veil of the Force is something that your diseased brain cooked up, Gil. The Veil of the Force is not a thing. You don't know jack dilly squat about Star Wars. My pinky knows more about Star Wars than your diseased brain ever will, Gil.
But wait! I have more subscribers than you. That means that I know more than you about Star Wars, and I have a big giant helmet. Ambassador, where's your helmet? I don't see a helmet. Ambassador.
I don't need a helmet because I'm not afraid to show my face. I'll take that helmet and shove it up.
You should be. I'm looking right at your face right now, unfortunately. A helmet would serve you well, sir. I saw Ambassador without a helmet.
Yeah, I'm going to take your helmet and shove it up your ass sideways, Gil.
Now. And also Joe. He could also use a helmet. All of these guys could use a helmet now. That's much better. See, that's much better. Ambassador.
You know, there's a saying.
Did you just flip me off with your pinky? Was that a pinky flip?
My father-in-law has a saying.
Yes.
Put me back on screen, Enosh.
Oh.
Wait,
Please.
I will put you on screen. I am Doomcock, and I am now in charge of the Poindexter Lounge. This small little channel that was so jealous of me. Here, I'll put you up. Yes, there you go.
My father-in-law has a saying: when you're not good enough for this is all you get. And this is a representation of something that is between your legs.
You know, I hear Gil's got less subscribers than Cat Fancy magazine, so I think I'm going to start going to them for Star Wars news.
What?
Yeah, they got more subs.
I know more about cats than Cat Fancy.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, I don't know. Well, that was almost a really bad joke that Doomcock almost told. Not Enosh. Doomcock almost told a kitty joke, and I will not say that. I mean, I don't know anything about kittens, but I know about cats.
Yeah, because cats are the only pussy you've ever touched.
Marvel Studios has more subscribers than you, Doomcock. I think they should know more about Marvel than you.
Oh boy! All right. So
on to something
H Barts wants the H Barts wants that. How old was Sebastian Shaw when they shot that?
He was old. I mean, they didn't have to do a whole lot of makeup work for Sebastian Shaw for Return of the Jedi.
Let's see, his
Vader's
age.
45. So how much older is?
Trying to see if I can find out how old he was. We'll see. He was born in 1905. He was born in 1905, so he would have been 70. I think that their point. Yeah. I think their point.
Really good guy.
Yeah, I think they're pointing that movie because actually, if you go by the action figure too,
I
think they were trying to. I think they were trying to say though that he was actually a much older man originally. That Anakin was a much older man. He was more in line with Obi-Wan instead of being just a young guy.
Well, yeah, but here's also the thing. He was. I mean, obviously, we know he was deformed by the fire and the lava, and more so the fire when he was
by stress.
Yeah.
And aged by stress.
Kid.
So, I remember a certain line of dialogue from the Return of the Jedi novelization when Luke takes the helmet off and he's like, "There was no grand beard. He was a sad, pale man who had not seen the light of day for many years. He had a great scar up the back of his head from some from some horrible event that happened in his past." And the novelizations, I think, really flesh out a lot of stuff that you don't get in the movies.
A sad old man who hasn't seen the light of day in years.
Don't you dare, Doom, Crazy Joe? No, don't you dare! No,
it was Doomcock.
God.
No, Joe, how dare you? No, don't you
Joe,
dare!
How dare you?
You dare compare a great character like Anakin Skywalker to some pudgy puke pot sitting in his grandmother's basement wearing a bucket on his head. So, anyway, moving on.
Ambassador has spoken.
Hey,
Enosh,
is that the real deranged Enosh? Remember, there's a fake one.
Yeah, I've heard there's two now.
So,
Luigi's or Loogies?
Enosh has sleepy eyes.
No. Are you guys familiar with Deranged Enosh?
I'm very familiar with Deranged.
Okay, so this has been an ongoing saga here at the Poindexter Lounge for the last couple of weeks regarding someone who claimed. Well, it started off as just a joke, like somebody just doing putting digital stuff together. Okay, I think there's only one other person that I think that this can be at this point. And here's why.
because for those of you who don't know, a couple of weeks ago, this guy, and I say guy because they identified themselves as a guy, but they said that that they were like family. Streamer is also currently working on series about what are we doing there? Okay, so they had some digital prowess, and they made this of Jarbo, which is like this was like me and Jarbo mixed up, and then this was Jarbo and a few other ones, and that's how it started off. It was just like another person. Yeah, just like another person, right? And so we've had that happen before, and so I didn't think anything of it. But then I did a stream where I was cooking dinner, and this person said that I have cooked for them before, but they've never, and they've been to my house, but that they've never stayed the night. They're a man. They're family. That they've known me through. They said that they were both at my weddings, but that's.
Shouldn't that eliminate like a lot of people?
That should, but here's the thing. There was nobody at Luigi's besides no guys at Luigi's who's been to both of my weddings. There's just not.
If he's telling the truth, that you must have missed somebody. I mean,
no, there's not. There's not anybody who was at both of my weddings like that. Now, I mean, that just makes me feel like they're just picking stuff out. But here's the thing. After my grandmother's funeral yesterday, we went to Luigi's for pizza because it was my grandma's favorite spot to go. The only person who is family, who is a guy that I talked to at Luigi's, is my brother-in-law, Matt. Now, Matt, whoever this person said that they met Matt Jarbo at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't know that my brother-in-law, Matt, has gone to San Diego Comic-Con, but he did live in San Diego. So this mystery is ridiculous. Like,
it's kind of fun.
I know it's kind of fun. No, it is fun. I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out who the heck this could be, because I don't know. I have no idea. I really have no idea. This makes no sense. But they said, "Hey, honey, good going to Luigi's with you." It's not my wife. I know it's not my wife. I know it's not. I don't have any other male family. But see, here's the problem: is that it's not like there's like a bunch of males in my family. I don't have a very large family. Okay, literally now with my grandmother passing, it's like me, my sister Jamie, my sister Jamie, who was on the stream with me this week, my sister Tracy, my Annie Lane, my Uncle Bobby, and it's not my Uncle Bobby, and I mean there's cousins on the other side of the family, but no.
Are you sure it's a guy?
They said it was a guy. That's the thing. Yeah, they said that was one of the right. Gavin Enosh is fighting the Riddler.
Yeah, where's the duct tape?
I'm just saying, it is, Mary. It's very bizarre.
Yeah. So
I don't know when I guess they said if we don't figure it out by New Year's, they're going to reveal it.
It's like was it the music, the dancer, the singer, the masked singer?
What's that?
What's that show with the masked singer?
The masked singer? Yeah. I don't know, man.
Take it off. Take it off.
Get off. Take it off. Who are you? Who? Right?
That is just creepy.
That looks like out of shape Magnum PI.
It's like Chelsea Handler.
Oh, I'll be there in a minute.
It's like Chewie from Chelsea Handler's show. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but she had he passed away, but it was a little midget guy, and if you look up Chewie, that picture is Chewie with long hair.
Well, there you go. I guess we'll figure it out at some point, but man, the Luigi's thing just caught me off guard because yeah, we went to Luigi's, but I'm just wondering if I don't even know that they could have seen that anywhere else because we didn't announce it until the service. So I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. All right. When they start showing me pictures of stuff that happened around me, then I'm going to be like, what the heck is going on? Okay, so Black Panther, there's a quick one, I think. Black Panther sequel goes on production hiatus. Letitia Wright's injuries more serious than initially realized. Black Panther Wakanda Forever star Letitia Wright's injuries were more extensive than initially believed, and it is official that the sequel will postpone production until January. Previous reports indicated that filming had been stopped because of her injury, but there's now clarification that the actress has sustained a shoulder fracture and a concussion. Deadline reported on the production hiatus that will stretch until January of 2022. A lot was made of her injuries and how they will affect filming going forward. The ongoing pandemic and other conflicts have led some shifts in the release calendar for Marvel Studios. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness got moved around, as did Thor, Love and Thunder. But the one project surrounded by a lot of conversation was the Black Panther sequel. It's no sequel to Chadwick Boseman's death, hangs unspoken over the entire movie. Marvel producer Nate Moore spoke to comicbook.com's Phase Zero about building on that legacy. I think this movie has different sort of pressure on it, obviously with the loss of Chadwick, which was unexpected and unprecedented in a way narratively, to figure out how to deal with, Moore revealed. So beyond, hey, we want to make a big fun time and people of the first movie, it's how we do it's how do we sort of do right by his legacy and tell a story that isn't exploitative, which we would never, ever do, but builds on the things that he loved about the property and builds on the things that he brought to the property in a way that is enjoyable, feels real, feels earned, feels organic. Because I think we're going to see the movie in two lenses, pure entertainment and also cathartic. And we have to be conscious of both of those lenses as we're making it. Now,
no, you don't. But okay.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Look, we've talked about this before, and I think I know where William stands on it, and I kind of stand there too. Is that I don't think that I think that they could have still paid homage to Chadwick without without recasting. But what do you guys think? I mean, look, one of the things I said was the Flash movie had a lot of issues because the Flash movie was going to be going up against Black Panther. If this is now delaying 2 more months, does that possibly push it back to so that the Flash now has a chance?
Well, I never thought the Flash was going to go up against Black Panther. They
You think they're going to move?
I think they were going to move. I think they were going to move, and I think they were going to move earlier. I think they would have gotten a lead on Black Panther. Like I think they would have gotten bumped back a couple months to maybe October or something.
Who would
now
Flash?
You think that they would that they're going to bump up they're going to release it earlier?
It's exactly what they did with Batman v Superman. That had a day and date release with Civil War, and it ended up coming out 2-3 months earlier.
Yeah, and look how that worked for him with the theatrical.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm just saying, I don't think that that's a good idea. If that would have been their strategy, I think that would have been dumb because I think the Flash is going to need all the time it can get. Joe, I'm looking forward to the Flash too. I don't think that what they showed at Fandom was any good. I didn't think that it did him any favors because, dude, I was super excited about Flash until I saw that Fandom stuff, because the Fandom stuff made me less excited for the film, and I know a lot of other people too who felt the same exact way, given what we saw at Fandom, because the Fandom stuff was very lackluster. Dude.
I had the opposite effect, but I was disappointed they didn't show more.
Who are you, Joe?
They didn't show us enough. Like,
are you a living, breathing person that actually?
Come on, they pulled the tarp off the Batmobile.
No, they didn't.
And you cut away.
No, they
from
didn't.
It.
No,
yeah, they didn't show it to
off.
us.
Yeah,
They
but
pulled
look at
the
this.
tarp off on
Look at the
something else
stuff.
that's not the
But look at
Batmobile.
the stuff that they did do, man. None of it made any sense. Like, if you're going to promote a Flash movie, it didn't make it look interesting to be a Flash movie. And literally, they released that picture of the Flash that was awful. I mean, it was bad. It looked like a foam helmet, man.
Oh, I thought it looked so much better than the old costume. I never liked the old costume
Dude,
at all.
I've seen that costume up close. Okay, I mean, like I could touch it at the Warner Brothers lot, and dude, it looked amazing. It looked absolutely amazing. It worked. It worked on a just on the level of like why they made it that way. It worked. But what they showed at Fandom,
It's a
dude,
good
looked
first
like
suit for sure.
I could make that suit, dude. I could literally make it out of like a bicycle helmet, like or the foam like stuff. It looked like you're going into like do the sumo, the inflatable sumo wrestler suit thing, and they put that little like foam helmet on you. You know, it's like, oh, don't fall. I mean, that's just I don't know.
But back to Black Panther. Does anybody care about this movie? I mean, Chadwick
don't.
Boseman's
I
dead.
do.
They're not recasting T'Challa. Nobody knows who the protagonist is. There's
Everyone knows who
rumors
the
it's
protagonist
Shuri,
is.
but then you hear it's not
Give 'em
her.
time.
So it's like,
I would like to see production halted for the foreseeable future on this movie until they come to grips with storytelling again and not putting anything ahead of your storytelling. I think it's absolutely absurd what that guy said in that article. If you want to respect Chadwick Boseman, at the beginning of the movie, you put in loving memory of Chadwick Boseman, and you put when he was born and when he passed. Then you tell your damn story, the original story that you were going to tell with Black Panther. You do not let real life events affect your comic book movie for a character that's been around for decades and that will be around for decades afterwards.
yeah,
That is absurd.
Chadwick Boseman wouldn't have wanted that character taken off the board.
No, I mean nobody would want the legacy. You're insulting his legacy by pandering like this. This is pandering.
Yeah.
So recast the role. Tell your story comes first and foremost. Chadwick Boseman and everyone else, from the cameraman, the gaffer, everybody is a means to tell the story. They are not the story. If you want to make a Chadwick Boseman autobiography, then that's fine. But if you're going to tell a Black Panther story, tell a Black Panther story and tell the story unhindered by the things that are going on. If I want to watch the real world and have it affect my fantasy sci-fi movies, I'll watch the news.
I agree completely.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with that.
I disagree with all of it. But the reason why is because, like, you have to also wonder, these aren't tools that you can be like, oh, my hammer broke, I can just replace it. No, these are real people. They have emotions.
They're real people with a job. What is their job?
But it's not real people though. I mean, because the character's T'Challa. T'Challa's the character, not.
But you
Chadwick
have
Boseman.
people who are connected to Chadwick Boseman T'Challa, not just T'Challa, just in general. Chadwick Boseman T'Challa. That's the difference. You are now going to put this actor in something that this new actor that you were supposedly recasting this character to live up to another actor. And also,
we're going to have to do that eventually.
That's every actor.
Black Panther forever.
I was pretty connected to Rhodey.
I mean, also the respecting Chadwick.
How does that respect him?
Yeah, I don't see how that respects him at all. I mean, he saw how important this character was to people. Would he want you to take that character away from people just because he died?
We don't know. But I'm sure Marvel and Kevin Feige and everyone who's Ryan Coogler, who is best friends with Chadwick, has asked his wife, hey, what do you think Chadwick would want?
And
I'm sure
sorry,
her
they
was,
shouldn't
no,
be asking his wife.
continue with Shuri because now you have a character like Shuri. It's like, but I'm saying, like, I think what this also is, like, moving the story along and said, like, moving the story along with Shuri is fine because this is what they were going to do anyways in 5 years. Like,
I hope to God it's not Shuri.
They weren't doing it. They're doing it because he passed away.
Big Dub, I got you
right.
right here. It's called nanotechnology. They use it every day in the MCU, and all you got to do is make you can literally write this into the script if you wanted to write. He gets injured, something happens, and he looks different. They didn't even they didn't explain Rhodey.
Yeah,
They
you
just-
don't
they just-
explain it. You don't explain it. You know, like
I'm
because
just
the
saying.
characters on screen, they don't look different. Rhodey didn't look different. Mark Ruffalo doesn't look different. Like because don't forget, he's the second Hulk.
Wait, what now? They don't look different?
They don't look
Are you-
different. They don't look different to the characters on screen. Like when Tony Stark walks in, he doesn't look at Mark Ruffalo and go, "You're not."
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, it's not like they haven't replaced other ones. That's the only reason I look at it as pandering, and that like I just feel like they could have absolutely done it. They could have absolutely done it. They could have absolutely recast, and it would have been fine. You pay respect to the character, but even if you want to have an in continuity reason, say that the whole time that you know what he was working in disguise. Say that he had that everyone knew that he was working with a similar technology to how they even hide Wakanda or something. You know what I mean? Like if you have to have, I'm not saying you have to have it. I'm just saying if there's like this horrible demand for that is exactly how nanotechnology works, dude. That's exactly how it works. It literally creates something out of nothing. It can create a face or create anything that they want it to.
I'll tell you something else. Everyone's talking about, being respectful to Chadwick, but I'll tell you someone else who I think is being disrespected here. Stan Lee. T'Challa was created by Stan Lee. It's and Jack Kirby. Yeah, and I've heard Stan Lee say on many occasions that
I will say no to this. No to this. I'm not wanting deep faked.
No.
You don't have to do that. No.
Get another actor. Tell you your story is first. Why? And he's talking to his wife, unless his wife is the executive producer and is working on the movie. I am sorry for your loss. He was a great actor.
Yeah, I mean, I respect her.
Everybody is here to tell the story.
This is a character. This character existed before Chadwick Boseman was born. It's like, do you and Enosh, you've talked about this before. We've heard people say, "Oh, they should never make another Superman movie because Christopher Reeve is gone." It's ridiculous. They're
even I disagree with that, and I'm not even a hardcore DC guy.
Yeah, it's I heard it when Heath Ledger died. Oh, they got to retire the Joker. We can't ever use the Joker again. What?
And then you have the Academy Award winner Joaquin Phoenix who wins another Oscar for playing the same exact role. People get too tired.
That's the thing is people can play this. Well, that's a great that is actually a great, example, right? Because you had Heath Ledger, who everybody I remember seeing articles from people that said. No one will ever be able to play the Joker again, ever. That this is the only Joker that people will accept. That they will not accept any other Joker. That is it. And then all of a sudden, what happened? Like you said, Joaquin Phoenix comes in a Joker film and wins Academy Awards for like the Thing wins Academy Award. Like there's paying respect, and I agree with paying respect.
Yes,
but. Dude, it's not ridiculous. It's a character. It's just that one is more important to you than the other. I wasn't being facetious when I say I don't like what's his name is Rhodey. I just don't.
Don Cheadle or Terrence Howard?
Don Cheadle. I don't like Don Cheadle as Rhodey. I just don't. And you know what? They didn't do anything to even try to make those characters the same. Like they have different personalities. They have different and again. Also, I like what's his name is Hulk better than I like Mark Ruffalo.
Edward Norton.
Edward Norton was so much better as Bruce Banner. In my opinion. But that's a main character that they changed, dude. Like, I'm just telling you, like this thing of saying that it can't be done just simply because y'all like him, that's fine.
And I understand a fan thinking that way. Fans get attached to things, whatever, But the people running the business, the creators and the storytellers, they can't be thinking like fans on this particular thing. You have a story to tell, all right? You have a story to tell, and under no circumstances, if you want to take time for people's sensitivities to settle down, I would rather you take the next 3 to 5 years and not make another Black Panther movie than recast him based on real live incidents. You just can't do that with a legacy comic book character.
So I'm going to answer this question before I read Todd's super chat in just a second. If Ryan Coogler says no to recast Black Panther, then that is his choice.
No, it's not. He's the director.
He's the director. That's not his choice.
But
Marvel should be able to go. Marvel
is,
should be able to tell their story.
Why are they asking him?
Because he is an executive. He is the creative behind the whole Black Panther.
Yeah, but Edgar Wright was
story.
the creative behind Ant-Man, and when he couldn't get on board with Feige, Edgar Wright left.
But I'm saying, but you guys have to, because Ryan Coogler, an executive producer and director on this whole Black Panther stuff, who has written a 100-page Bible on Wakanda, has said no, and I trust him because, again, what did Black Panther do for Marvel overall?
I mean, okay, I will say.
Okay, but Caden, here's the point that I just think people are missing. If you separate, and you have to separate these things sometimes, if you separate the emotional connection with the actor from the character, okay, there's a story, and I absolutely agree with what William's saying. There's a story there that they were telling. There's an importance that Black Panther had to it, and they're removing that simply because of reaction to an actor, which the reaction to the actor is absolutely understandable as far as the loss, as far as the respect that you want to give to that actor. And I get it. Look, I get it's a sensitive subject, right? I absolutely understand that. But just knowing fan response as well, it's not this surefire thing that they had to replace, or that they had to just do away with Black Panther as being T'Challa and just move on. Like, they didn't have to do that. This notion that they had to do that, it doesn't make sense. And also, again, Ryan Coogler, yes, he directed the first one. He's a producer. But again, to Joe's point, you are not, as Ryan Coogler, you are not Marvel. You are not telling the story that Marvel is telling in the bigger picture. And really, that's Feige's call. That's not Coogler's call. If Coogler doesn't want to do it, look, the only thing that I can tell you is that if they don't do it and Coogler makes a big deal about it, there's a whole other aspect to that, and we all know what it is, right? And that's the problem. I think that's the problem, is that I just feel like people didn't want to mess with it. People didn't want to deal with it. And so they went down one particular road. And look, it could turn out to be really good. It could turn out to be a good story. It really could, right?
Exactly.
But we're going to have to wait and see. It's obviously not the story they wanted to tell. So
No, because they didn't. Sorry, Joe, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we all remember how that turned out with Rise of Skywalker. Because the plan was going to be Princess Leia's movie.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Carrie died, which stinks. And now, and of course, Chadwick has died. You know, the thing is, we don't know the story. We don't know who the villain is. We don't know Jack Diddley about this movie. We just know that they're having to figure out a way around Chadwick Boseman being gone.
That's all I need to know to not to have disdain for it. That's all I need to know, to have enough disdain for it, because you've gone from telling your story to swerving, to not tell your story.
Well, William, with respect, I'm sorry, that's a very pessimistic perspective to have on a movie you know nothing about.
I don't need to know everything about it. I need to know, all I need to know is that you had an intended story and it changed for things that should not have changed the story. That's all I need to know at that point. You're already on the wrong foot. So if your premise is flawed, where are you going from there?
Sorry, I don't share that perspective.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's not. It's my opinion. You don't have to, but like I said,
we do know who the villain is. We kind of have an idea what the story is.
Have they made any announcement about any of this stuff for Black Panther 2? I mean,
Namor
the only
is
thing,
the villain, which
Just
is played by
rumors.
Tenoch Huerta,
okay,
and they have Namor.
I don't want rumors.
That's
If you
all
want
there is.
I
rumors,
know
go
it's not
talk.
rumors.
Go
It's
listen.
it.
If I want rumors, I'll go listen to an idiot with a bucket on his head. If I want real news, I'll come here or I'll go to another channel. I'm not going to listen. I don't want rumors. I want facts. Rumors do me no good. Rumors are bullshit. Pardon my French. So when I get an official announcement from Feige or somebody in Marvel saying this is what Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever is going to be about, then I'll say, okay, I'm going to give this my time. Until then, I'm out.
Okay, two things here real quick. Todd Fair with a $20 super chat says, "Hey Enosh, what do you think the DCU has to catch up with the MCU because everything the MCU does is magic?" I don't think that they have to catch the MCU, Todd. I feel like DC needs to just be DC and not worry about the MCU. Let the MCU be the MCU and just be DC. If they do that, I don't care what the MCU does. There shouldn't be all this comparison anyways.
Quality over quantity right now.
Yeah,
I
would rather see a couple of good DC movies than I would to see some 20-year long, stretch of mediocre movies.
Exactly. Like I think what the DCU has done, like you have very good quality movies, except for 3 of them. But out of like the 15 we've gotten, like majority of it is very good quality movies. And it's fine, like so like with Black Adam coming up, I'm looking forward to it because I know that, it's gonna be cool to see The Rock play a character that he's been as casted for 15 years but never has played the role because he has felt like that the story needs to be correct for Black Adam to be introduced into the DCU, and he now feels like Black Adam is the perfect time to introduce him. And I agree, because you had Shazam come out and you had the little introduction scene and like that little tease of him, and it was perfect. And now you are able to have this movie with him to continue that little tease into a longer project and then into a trilogy and possible spin-offs with the JSA and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I think it's very much DC, like people want all these like the DCU to do all these projects. I'm like, slow down a bit, if like they have issue max and features, but they can't do 15 films a year,
Yeah.
like
No, I agree, and it's actually going to go to the next super chat after this. Deranged Enosh with $5 here, and I don't know that this is a fair comparison to what we're saying here. But I understand where you're coming from. I'm sorry, but Chadwick dying should not have killed T'Challa. Chris Reeves dying did not cancel Smallville. I get the sentiment here.
Enosh is frozen.
And I get it. My thing is just that if you I understand what William is saying. I understand William has a very direct way of saying it and stating his opinion sometimes. But what I would say is that if you have a story to tell, and we all know that right now Marvel tells these stories. Yes, they tell individual stories, but those stories have to fit within the global MCU, right? As well. If you have a story to tell that includes T'Challa, I don't feel that it was just a given that T'Challa could not be recast. You could have very well have recast T'Challa and it would have been okay. It would have been okay with fans. It would have been okay with everyone if you did it right. And at the end of the day, I think that's just where that goes. Todd here with a $5 super chat says Marvel movies are quality over quantity, and they have been successful in all their projects. Well, that's not necessarily true.
I'd say
I'm a Marvel fan.
Ambassador's a huge Marvel fan.
Yeah, I'm a Marvel fan. I will say not everything they've done has been quality. There have been issues with some of the films. Now,
I don't know. I think I got to agree with Todd on this. I think you took it the worst ones. Like most people agree, Thor 2 was one of the worst. That's even not that bad. Like, I don't know that they've ever, like, they haven't bombed out yet. They haven't done anything that's terrible.
Well, I know some people are trying to spin it that Eternals is going to be the first flop. You know, here's the thing.
Eternals was really good, though.
Eternals was very, very. I'll say this, and Caden, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off again, man.
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't like to cut people off. I don't like being rude.
You're fine, Investor. You were talking, so yeah, go ahead.
I'll say this real quick, and then Caden, you can have your go. The thing with Eternals is this is a departure from what we as Marvel fans have become accustomed to. I say this because Marvel fan, hi. It's not going to connect with the general audience as much as, say, Spider-Man No Way Home or Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Eternals has a different tone and tenor to it than anything else that we've gotten thus far. I liked the fact that it did have a different tone and tenor to it because it's telling a different story. Not to mention Chloe Zhao, her direction and her storytelling is different from a lot of the other directors we've had in the MCU thus far. And no, it has nothing to do with the fact that she's a woman or much less that she is Chinese. That doesn't even play into it for me. So it's not going to have the big impact right off the bat that a lot of other MCU movies is going to. But I will say this. I think as time goes on and we get more context for this phase of the MCU, a lot of people are going to go back to Eternals and revisit it. It's going to have legs on home video, and it's definitely going to have legs on Disney Plus. So anyway, go ahead, Kay.
I certainly didn't hate the Eternals. I've seen it twice. I went out and saw it twice.
I want to.
But
I really want to.
It's probably my least favorite. Which again, it's not bad, but
it's more of a character-driven story than it is with a big, massive plot in it.
I agree with you, but I don't think all the characters got serviced very well. I think it would have worked better on television. Actually,
when I did my review of it a couple of weeks ago, I've heard people make that same comment. I agree with the fact that I think some of the characters like Makari and Drugi didn't get as much screen time as I would have liked, because those were two characters I really, really enjoyed. I think that if they were going to do like a Disney Plus series for the Eternals, they should take it from where they all split up, or even start off where they're in one of the civilizations that they help advance, and then jump at some point to where they are all split up, and you get time with every single one of the characters. The one thing that a lot of people said, and I said this myself, they could do it as an animated series, and you don't necessarily have to have the actors all there at the same time. You can have them come in and do the voice parts. So,
I know there was an argument that this could be a Disney Plus 6-episode series with still the same cast, same shoot, like everything same, just split up in 6 parts. And
if they want to do it, if they want to go that route, cool. If they want to do it live action, they want to do something like that, and the cast is willing to come back, okay.
No,
I like the cast.
Oddly enough, I thought that Thena, you got Angelina Jolie. She's arguably the biggest star there. I thought she was probably the least developed character. Like, I don't feel I knew her character at all at the end of the movie.
I think there was a reason for that because of the condition of her character.
Yes.
The condition of her character wasn't a character that you need to know much about because of that condition.
The mind weirding.
The eternal dementia, where she doesn't know much about her past.
But shouldn't we have gotten to know her before that came on? Like before?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. I felt that like in an ensemble movie, I felt like they did a pretty good job. With everything, especially for characters that not everybody knew. I really felt that they did a good job with that because I didn't care. I didn't give one crap about Eternals. I was very vocal about that. I didn't know the characters. I was not looking forward to the movie. I only went to the movie opening night because my kids were going, and I was like, you know what? Tiffany was out of town. I'm going to go see Eternals. I went to see Eternals. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It's literally one of my favorite MCU movies now.
Now, Enosh, let me ask you: How did your boys respond to it? Did they?
They loved it too. They enjoyed it too. They all loved it too.
Yeah,
and I felt like, especially in a movie that didn't have Thor or Captain America or all these people and had like characters that nobody, most no. I mean, excuse me. I get it. Comic book fans know it. Okay, I know it. But the thing is, us newbies to the Eternals, like we didn't have anything connected to it, and it wasn't like it was even strongly connected to. There were parts where they talked to, they mentioned stuff in the MCU, and they mentioned the Avengers and stuff like that. But it wasn't like it was like this tightly wound story into the MCU.
Exactly.
And I still felt like, and I felt like that was one of the things that I loved about it was that it stood on its own merits for once. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about in that panel discussion tomorrow is, do the Marvel movies stand on their own merits as movies? Like not in the, I know that they each deal with their own topics, right? But
Enosh, real quick, Jarbo's backstage.
Yeah, I know. I'll get into him in just a second. Apart from the larger, MCU scheme of things, right? Does each of these movies actually stand on their own, or is it just really just one big show that you could call the MCU, and these are just the different episodes of the MCU? You know what I mean? I feel that there are some movies that absolutely stand alone and you go, man, that was just a great movie all in and of itself. And then there's some movies that you look at and go, hey, that was a good movie. That was a good episode of the MCU.
Maybe I should hold my tongue till tomorrow. But I was going to say, I think most of them do stand on their own. With only the Avengers movies, I think, are the only ones where they bring them together. And obviously,
really because a lot of these movies have become mini Avengers movies, man.
Well,
I mean, just being honest with you, but we'll get into more of that tomorrow night. That's just to whet the appetite. Real quick, H Bart's here with a $5 super chat, says this next movie was going to be T'Challa's growth as king, right? We would assume that. Yes, Namor has been. I saw somebody saying Namor has been cast, but we don't know what Namor's role necessarily is. They could go a million different ways with that, other than just making him an introductory villain right away. You know what I mean? Like we don't know for sure. We assume that. But like Ambassador said, because somebody said, well, no, it's not rumor. Namor is in it, yes, but we don't know his role as of right now. So it is speculation to say what for sure. What has been. Also, here real quick, and then I'm gonna bring Jarbo in. Todd Fair here with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Todd. You're awesome. It says, Enosh, when I say I like Marvel movies, I am called a troll and a Marvel fanboy. But if I said restore the Snyderverse every day, would I be called a DC fanboy? So here's the thing, Todd. People in the chat are going to react to you however they're going to act. I mean, when say for example Andrew Casale comes in and he always talks about how he loves Tobey Maguire, right? Everybody knows, and people call him a Tobey Maguire troll or whatever, right? Dude, when you come in here and you talk about it, like I always tell people, like, you know what, look, let Todd enjoy what he likes. Same thing I say with Casale, like, and I don't see you, Todd, ever get like rude back on other people, and I appreciate that. And so, I've never had to say anything, like, Todd, chill out, man. Don't argue with people. I've never had to say that about Todd. So, like, I get it. There's probably some people, who just don't appreciate it as much as you do. And they look at you as a Marvel fanboy. And that's fine. Look, I'm a DC fanboy. I'll say that all day. Now, but does that mean that I excuse everything DC does wrong? No. There's some people who will jokingly just say, well, yes, you do, Enosh. And I don't. Because the reality is, when it comes down to it, I'm very much willing to say that something is not good, even if it's DC.
I was joking the other day with Enosh saying he didn't like the No Way Home trailer because he was mad that he didn't get Man of Steel 2. Like, that's
You know,
Oh, that's a false equivalency.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And so I'm just saying, like but I would, look, I even said it tonight. The Flash has me very, very worried because I don't know that the Flash is going to deliver on what I hope it delivers for the MCU or for DC. And and unlike Crazy Joe, if it's still going up against Black Panther.
It's going up with Black Panther.
I mean, unless Black
movie
Panther 2 gets somehow delayed now that it's going to have a 2-month hiatus, the Flash is going to get crushed, and that's just the way it is.
Because
Crazy Joe, like what? Hold on a second, because I want to bring Jarbo in here, and like I don't know where Jarbo stands on this but I want to hear from you, Joe. What supporting thought do you have behind this? Because I'm just going to be honest with you, and you guys know I'm just a self-admitted DC fanboy. DC does not have the garnered love and appreciation for its films to stand up against an MCU movie at this point. There is nothing that DC could do to go head to head with Black Panther of all Marvel movies. Not some new introduction to a new character that nobody knows or whatever, but literally a sequel to Black Panther that is literally riding on the coattails of people want to see it because they want to see what the heck they're doing with it. Plus, it's riding off a $1 billion first movie that everyone loved and appreciated. Mm-hmm. Plus, is culturally relevant and all those things and whatnot against a Flash movie that they haven't even promoted as a Flash movie, but they've promoted it as the return of Michael Keaton, okay? And everybody doesn't even love Ezra Miller's Flash to begin with. So please, Joe, I will give you the floor, and then I'm going to bring Matt Jarbo in because I know that he's waiting back there, and I want to get him in. But please tell me, how in the world do you think that this has? I mean, I want to respect your opinion, but how in the world do you think this has any chance?
First of all, I don't think they're going head to head. I think one of them's going to move. I really believe that. I don't believe there's I don't think there's any chance they go head to head. But if ever there was a movie that it did stand a chance against, I believe it's Black Panther for all the reasons we just said. Chadwick Boseman is gone. T'Challa is not in this. Nobody knows who this movie is about. Some people think it's going to be Shuri. I've heard rumors of a lost son of T'Challa. I mean, it's basically a movie that your franchise right now is totally up in the air. I disagree. You've got to give people something to grasp onto, and there's nothing.
It's a Marvel movie. It's a Marvel movie, and it's the sequel to Black Panther. People are just going to go just to find out what that
maybe
is.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know, man. But let's bring in someone who maybe has an opinion about this. What's up, Matt?
And he's muted.
He's muted.
Turbo,
and he's muted.
Unmute your mic.
Darn it. I said the most profound thing ever.
I'm sure you did.
It was amazing.
What, fart?
I can't repeat it now.
Yeah, but
Ashley, you know what? I
The Flash isn't
I mean, the Batman isn't with the Marvel movie anymore.
And the Batman isn't going up against Black Panther. So
yeah.
I mean, everybody says the Batman's going to be awesome, and I don't doubt that. It looks absolutely amazing.
It does look amazing.
But at the same time, it's not going up against Black Panther, and it ain't the Flash.
What?
No, the
Batman's
I'm a little lost on this. I mean, I've been listening, but I just got home from a wedding, so I'm a little tired. What exactly are we arguing about, and what do I need to be right on?
You need to be on the path that's
essentially.
So we were talking about Black Panther, okay, and we were just ending this topic of Black Panther just got delayed for 2 months, okay, and then
it did.
Yeah, because they shut down production.
Oh, right. The hiatus is happening. Okay, I thought you meant the release date got delayed.
Yeah, no. But that's the thing is we don't know anything about how that's going to affect the release date. But
didn't they just move Black Panther to
Black Panther's the one that they did not move.
No, they moved all of them.
They moved all of them because Thor is going to open. Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is now taking the May spot.
Yeah, it was like Doctor Strange taking Thor. Thor is taking.
We just read that article that just talked about the fact that that's the one that didn't change. Hold on a second. I can bring it back up.
Because it was the
Hold on.
Marvels. It was Captain Marvel 2
November
that was going
11th.
up
It
against-
literally moved it 6 months. It was going to come
Yeah.
out in May, and they moved it because the first week of May was going to be Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, 2022. That was going to be the kickoff, and then they moved Doctor Strange to May, and they pushed
to
Black
July.
Panther to November, probably because they need all that time to clear out Letitia Wright's COVID.
Well, now she's got a broken shoulder and a concussion. And
Well,
she sustained a shoulder fracture and a concussion, and so now they're not going to even start back up till January 22. So the point was, regardless of all that, and if it does get moved, it gets moved. It doesn't. That's neither here nor there. The point is that we were just talking about is one. Was it necessary for them to recast T'Challa? And then two, we got off on this other side discussion just now about like the Flash going up against that movie, and that I say the Flash is going to get if indeed just to clarify for Joe, for Joe's point. If the Flash goes up against Black Panther, it's going to get crushed. That's my opinion.
You are absolutely correct.
Joe says it's not. He says that it's not going to go up against the Flash, or that those two movies aren't going to go up against each other. One's going to move or the other.
Yeah.
Which would make sense.
Well, Warner's is gonna blink.
Yeah.
They always do. They've got no nuts. They've got no nuts. They got no balls. There's no testosterone in there. Warner's no, they really at this point they just like, they're like, please don't hate us too much. No, I'll be blunt because I'm extremely exhausted. The Black community will turn up in droves for Black Panther. The Batman might have the Keaton vibe to it. That will not compare with the African American community in this country. Never mind the fans who are of non-African American descent that have loved Black Panther. The fallout over, I should say, the curiosity after Chadwick's passing is going to drive numbers because it's out of one, respect, and two, curiosity. And I don't care how cool it is to see Keaton on the screen again. That 70-year-old man is not going to compare to the power that Chadwick Boseman left in his passing, his sudden passing. So, and I love Keaton, and I'm not disparaging him in any way, but this is reality. There is no way that Black Panther will not be like the highest grossing movie of 2022.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. Now, do you think that it was necessary that they recast, or do you think that they could?
Yes.
Or do you think that they could have? Because William was just in here, and William said that he doesn't feel, and I don't feel that it was absolutely necessary that they had to recast. That they could have done something very tasteful and explained, or even I don't even think that they had to explain, but I feel like they could have even come up with like an in-universe reason for him looking different if they really wanted to, even though that they've recast other people in there. But I mean, I feel like because a lot of people, even in the chat that I saw, there's a couple more in the chat that talked about how like T'Challa's story hasn't even been touched on. H. Barts gave a super chat even that said, like this should have been like a movie dealing with him growing as a king and everything. So like this T'Challa now will never be the T'Challa of the comics and what he accomplished in the comics. We just now saw him become king. I don't know.
Yeah, I was watching the ending of Black Panther again the other day, and man, I love Chadwick in that role.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
so do I.
Absolutely. No, but at the same time, there you have to ask yourself, what is the integrity of the story? And the integrity of the story and the integrity of the character does go beyond the actor. That is just true. And
that's what William was saying. Is
that William and I are in agreement on that one.
If they had a story to tell, they should have just told that story.
They should have, but they are in a place where they can transition into something. I think that like Okoye or Lupita Nyong'o's character, or even M'Baku could take on the mantle. I think Winston Duke would slay in that role. I love Winston Duke as M'Baku, but I can understand also why they're apprehensive to do that, because they Chadwick was very important to the African American community. That representation meant something to a lot of people, and if they didn't handle it just right, the backlash would be pretty bad. And I think that's why. I mean, we can look at it from a business and storytelling perspective and go, yeah, just recast him, right? Like they would recast Bond or whatever. But I mean, I think that and again, I'm speaking about this as a white dude. So like, again, my perspective is limited in this regard. And I just want to make that abundantly clear. But Chadwick Boseman was Black Panther, was T'Challa, was a cultural icon. And people were devastated when he had cancer and that he died. And so it's like, again, it's like, we're coming at this from logic versus feelings, and Marvel's going to play the feelings game, even though I disagree with them. But I'm wondering, and my fear for Black Panther 2 is, will they be able to keep it going in a way that's going to be really fascinating, even with the introduction of Riri Williams and, the rumor about Namor, because that's still, by the way, that's still not confirmed as far as I know, but nothing with that movie really is just yet. And so who knows what they're going to do with it. I think they're going to put Shuri front and center of this movie. Obviously it seems that way. And then they're going to kind of maybe pass the mantle towards the end to something else, and but they're going to have to say goodbye. It's kind of like, I know people like to bitch about Far From Home, but I view, because I know you'd mentioned episodic, right? It's kind of like the next episode in this season of the MCU. And that's the thing. That's entirely correct. And that's what Marvel has built. And that's fine, because everyone goes, it's must see TV. But you look at Endgame, and Endgame was like this massive climactic end. And then the epilogue was Far From Home, to the journey of Iron Man, and allowing us to say goodbye through Peter's experience. And that stuff is that emotional resonance and that emotional impact was what drove that movie to $1 billion in my mind. And so I think they understand that the audience is going to want to feel the loss on this one, and say goodbye. And I'm not ready to watch it because I don't want to say goodbye. You know what I mean? I'm just nah, dude, that sucks, man. You just, but yeah, that's how I see it, at least.
So I feel that then Josh brings up a very poignant question, and I'm just going to warn everybody. So I had this whole thing for Jared Leto at the end, but we're already at 3 hours and 38 minutes, and I got to get up for Zack Snyder's Justice League in the morning. So I'm going to Johnny Carson that and say, hey, Jared Leto, it was great to have you here tonight. We'll have you on another time. At another show, so we'll Johnny Carson that for those who get that reference.
Good reference, by the way.
Or what, the Jimmy Kimmel Matt Damon bit?
Nope.
I actually do got to get going, so I'm gonna take off now.
All right, Joe.
Ambassador, I would love to be on your Babylon 5 stream, so just megapodtastic@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with me.
Well, tell everybody where they can find you, Joe.
Megapodtastic here on YouTube, Megapodtastic podcast, wherever you get podcasts. And I don't know, you might find me lurking around in an alley, somewhere in a seedy part of town. You never know.
Joe, unless I'm mistaken, aren't you on Twitter?
I am Megapodtastic.
I follow you. I actually follow you.
I probably follow you too. I don't know who I follow anymore though.
I'll get a hold of you.
All right, absolutely. Yeah, love to do it.
All right. So this brings. Thank you, Joe, for being here, man. We love you, man. We appreciate you, bro. All right. So Josh brings up this good question, because we are in an era of feelings, right? How do we move on from that? There was even I read another. I was gonna, and I had brought it up as a possible story to do on the show. And I didn't do it, and I'm trying to think of who it was. Somebody else came forward talking about comic book movies. It was Ridley Scott came out and blasted superhero movies, saying that they were boring as crap.
You can swear, Enosh. It's okay.
I don't have a job
forgive
anymore,
you.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, dude.
Boring
oh my god. Oh my God. Say the C word.
No, I still,
Well,
I
here's
still
the
have people
thing.
I'm
follow
sorry.
me.
I'm like super. I'm
I
like
still have
super
my own
tired. You
personal-
guys have no
I
idea.
still have my own personal convictions, right? Okay, so at least for
It's just
now,
a word.
I know it is. Trust me, I've actually explained that word to like a lot of people, and like the difference in the UK versus the United States is, especially like Bible Belt, Mid America, drop the C word here, you got a whole different discussion than you drop the C word somewhere else. But anyways, I love The Boys. I like that show. But Ridley Scott blasted superhero movies as being boring as crap. And so it does bring up a good question, because like, at what point does that bubble burst and we get over this whole feelings thing and we get back to making films that, yes, you're always going to have the fun films. You're always going to have the feel good films, right? But how do you move on from that in a world where like the biggest movies are superhero films?
Well, here's, and I love Ridley Scott's films. I did a whole stream talking about his career as a director and everything. And I even to this day, I love his work. I'm looking forward to season 2 of Raised by Wolves, for heaven's sake. But here's the thing. I think Scott is a little bit butthurt, for lack of a better term, because his movie, The Last Duel, got buried by a couple of superhero films. Well, in particular, Venom, Let There Be Carnage, and maybe to a greater extent, Dune. Let's be honest, October was a packed month, and you release a little Ridley Scott film about something called The Last Duel, and people are like, what the bleep is this? I'm gonna go see a superhero film, or I'm gonna go watch Dune. I don't give a rat's ass about a bunch of guys banging them around in armor, for heaven's sake.
No, the story is really cool though.
The story's cool. Mammoth Bastard, actually, my wife, she told me about it, and I'm like, this actually sounds really cool. But we're gonna, with everything that's been going on with us, we're gonna wait till it comes out on home video, and we're gonna buy it and watch it that way. We're not even gonna bother going to the theater.
Oh yeah,
So
I think, but then again, sorry, I was just gonna say, like, you look at Ridley Scott and you look at like, Kingdom of Heaven, and like his movies are either like really big or really bad. There's really no in between for him anymore in my mind. And I still love Ridley Scott, but like you look at something like The Contender, and you're like, or The Counselor, and you're like, oh my God, who made this movie? And then like the next year it's like The Martian, and you're like, oh, there's Ridley. What was that thing about? You know? So it's very much hit or miss. But I agree with your point about the superhero stuff, but he also is like, I think he's also kind of pulling the same card that Martin Scorsese did last year, talking crap about, because he's got the House of Gucci is like, that's like the Oscar contender. That's from what I hear, it's amazing. Like from what I hear, it's simply amazing.
Starring Jared Leto. That was that was going to be part of what we were talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what your plans are. You don't send me a script ahead of time.
No, I know I wasn't saying that. No, I was saying it was just funny because you just mentioned that movie, and that was a movie that I was going to reference.
Is it just me, or does Jared Leto look like if Mario from Super Mario Brothers was in a GTA game? Right?
Yes.
Like if you go and you look at right there's your live action Super Mario. Boom.
Well, you've got Lady Gaga playing a woman that marries into the Gucci family. I'm somewhat familiar with the whole conspiracy and all the events that surround this movie. I mean, I am a child of the 80s. I study history from the 80s, for heaven's sake. And my wife showed me the trailer. She's like, I'm really interested in this. I'm like, I kind of am too. But the only thing for me is every other ad I see on YouTube is freaking House of Gucci. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're really pushing this film.
There's your live action Mario right there.
Hold on, let me.
The unholy love child of Enosh V and Mike Jarbo.
Oh my God, that mustache.
Right?
I just, what? That's my Halloween costume next year.
So, okay.
Jarbo Fee.
So listen.
Hey there, what's going on there, kids? You want to play some sports ball today?
Some sports ball.
I'm gonna teach you some life lessons, like why it's always proper to write front to back, regardless of your gender identity.
I get that reference. That's for heaven's sakes, that's from South Park, isn't it? I think.
No. I don't know. I was just kind of riffing on that one.
Listen, teaching kids to wipe is very important.
Too big, but about this big about toilet paper, and you come behind and you wipe between your butt cheeks. Okay? You gotta go up and between your butt cheeks. Make sure you get the poop out. Listen though, when you wipe it up, you wipe and then
I immediately thought of that Thanos meme where he's posing with like out wearing pants.
Oh.
The same. So Silent makes a good point here because look,
I know
RJ up here. RJ, I love you, but I think that this is an oversimplified way of looking at it. Just saying, stop asking these old directors what they think about modern blockbusters and superhero movies. It's dumb and does nothing to perpetuate anger and clickbait. I get what you're saying, RJ. I understand what you're saying, but also in the same token, as much as I love superhero movies and I love, these things that come out or whatever, at some point you do have to ask the question, like, what are the new blockbusters that are being made? It feels like we're on this loop of just nothing really creative. Like, I get it's creative in a different way. I would never say it's not creative. Like for example, Kevin Feige has done something very creative with this IP and with these characters. But where is the new IP? Where are the big blockbuster things that have not existed that are being created nowadays? Doesn't it feel like many times like it's like we stopped making new stuff and like we're literally just like cashing in on all of the old stuff? I mean, that's even a meme, it seems like, about Hollywood nowadays, is that they don't, there's nothing allowed to breathe. I mean, TV shows are canceled in their first season if they don't become immediate hits. And then look at the hits, the classics, the TV shows that are classic, in the last 50, 60 years that like took like 2, 3, 4 years to hit on. And then all of a sudden something sparked, man. And then they became these amazing shows or these amazing things that now we look back so fondly of. That's all I'm saying. And I believe Scotty's right here when he says, Ridley Scott is not jealous of superhero movies.
I know.
He's not butthurt. He just sees film and movies very differently. And
that's true.
I'm not saying I'm the biggest Ridley Scott fan, right? I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying it's even in the face of loving some of this stuff and most of it. I mean, look, I'm going to go run out and I'm going to watch every superhero movie that comes out because, like, even if I'm not a big fan of it, right? Look, I watched Eternals and I didn't give a crap about Eternals, but then I ended up really loving it, right? So I'm going to watch these superhero films because there's something that resonates with me as a nerd, as somebody who enjoys that genre. But where's the new IP? Where's the new thing? I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm really excited about Rebel Moon by Zack Snyder, because it's something.
It's different.
Is it, though?
I know, and I was just about to say, is even in the midst of that, we know that it was really a pitch for Star Wars but it was a pitch for Star Wars that was different than what Star Wars wanted to do. So maybe it is new.
Well, I mean, and you have a point.
Said that he felt like Star Wars was doing something different. He hasn't pitched it. He hasn't ever pitched it to them, but what he's seen from the films and the series, he felt like that they're moving on from what he was going to say, which I felt like he should have still done it and pulled up his pants and said, let me go pitch it to them, because he might have had it gotten done. Like, I'm sure Dave and Kathleen was like, yeah, cool, let's do it. But he didn't pitch it to them.
Yeah, but see, RJ,
probably not.
But RJ, this was my point too. I get what you're saying, but say people have never supported new IP just all off the bat. Like, yeah, Star Wars was a cultural phenomenon that just like sparked something in people, right? And there have been, but everything isn't like that. Star Trek almost got canceled, or did get canceled, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It got canceled.
Yeah. Star Trek got straight up canceled, man. And like, look at Star Trek. Star Trek is a cultural phenomenon and is bigger now than it's ever been, right? But that's the thing. It's like everything doesn't hit straight out the gate and nothing is allowed to breathe. So while I understand what you're saying, I understand you saying people don't support original movies or series as much as they probably should. That's probably true, but that's always been the case. Some things are a slow burn. And what I would say is that Hollywood and movie executives or television executives don't give things the chance to breathe and to find an audience.
Well,
and we've been that way for a while. I mean, look at the early days of Fox, for God's sake. If something didn't hit in the first week, it was canceled. I think there was like a couple of shows that like literally they had one episode and they were just straight up canceled.
The shortest one I ever remember for that is a show called Drive. And it had Nathan Fillion and it had Emma Emma who was Gwen Stacy? Emma Stone. This is like back in like 07, 08, somewhere in there. It lasted literally like 3 episodes. They aired one episode Sunday, the next episode Monday, and then the following episode on the following Monday, which was his time slot, and they canceled it Tuesday. And I mean, they didn't give it any time to find an audience. They just canceled it. Fox is notorious for that. However, I do want to kind of, I agree with you that like people don't want to like hang on to things anymore, or like the slow burn or whatever. But again, that's more of an executive push. If you look at like what is right now Netflix's most watched program, Squid Game. Squid Game is slow. It is. And you know what? I was gripped for the entire time.
Me too.
And it stayed with me for days. Still, I think about it. Every time I see like a Squid Game parody or something, I'll check it out just because I want to like see what someone else does with it. I love that property. But the thing is, it is a slow burn. It takes its time to build up the characters and to make you kind of get invested in this world and then just watch it all go to hell. And that's kind of the whole point is like, and that's I think the Korean storytelling side of things where they really allow for that to take place. But Americans, we have such a stunted, attention span that they have to just keep bombarding it with it. But then again, here comes something out of another country that's slow and it becomes the most watched thing on Netflix.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think if it's presented well and the story is good.
I'm sorry, I just realized I just still had that picture up there.
That's okay.
It's like that picture.
Hey there.
Like 5 minutes.
Hey there, ho there, you guys.
You're talking about like a really important like topic, you know what I mean? Like about, with Squid Game and everything, and I'm just like, yeah,
No, it's fine.
Jarbo there.
Jarbo there. There's you going,
Bacon, eh? Some
Gotta
and a beer.
Man, it looks
Maybe
like
go
me
ice
if I
fishing
really
later.
let myself go.
Maybe go ice fishing later.
Yeah.
Honestly, the crazy thing is, I've heard all of you talking about Squid Game. It just doesn't sound interesting to me.
Can I ask you a personal question?
I wouldn't have thought so either because I don't like a lot of foreign films and I don't like things that I either have that are either dubbed or I have to read subtitles for. I watch the dub version. I know there's people who've tried to tell me that I didn't do it right, but I enjoyed it.
You didn't do it right, but I'm not going to fault you for it.
Do you like to play hide and seek? Do you like to play tag? Do you like to play tug of war? Do you like to play red light, green light? Well, you would like to watch this game. Squid Game.
There's a better way to define that, I think. Ambassador, let me ask you, and this is a very personal question.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, Jarbo.
Do you like human suffering?
Not particularly.
Okay,
No.
but when it comes to entertainment, do you find yourself drawn to stories about human suffering?
Again, not particularly, no.
Okay, so you may not like it because the concept, and I'll just give you a quick rundown of it. It's really a commentary on capitalism. People out there have really tried to make the leap that it's about communism, but whatever, that's not the case. It's about people who are down on their luck, who are not treated fair by the system, who are effectively given an opportunity to win a lot of money. But the catch is, if you're eliminated, you're eliminated.
Gotcha.
But everyone is fair. Everyone is equal. That's kind of the whole point. And so that's, as you go through this story of trying to figure it all out, you're drawn into this world where you I think you can empathize with the characters. and you see like especially the main character and why he's doing what he's doing, and it's like, you know, are you a father? Do you have kids?
No, we do.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we do not have kids.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not meaning that as any kind of cudgel or anything. I would say being a parent, I think also plays in quite a bit to like the main character story. But it's not just that. It's like it's just the characters suck you in because they are unique and they're uniquely flawed, and you root for them, and you kind of also get really upset when things happen, and you know it's. And Enosh will agree. It's a well done show.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
It's very well planned out, and it definitely is one of those things that keeps bringing you back for the next episode. You see one episode and it's like one of those shows that you're just like, what? Like I gotta watch the next one right now. You know
that messed me up on that first night I watched it. I did 6 episodes.
Right.
And like I was like, I'm only gonna do one, and then like 6 episodes later, I was in bed. It was like 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, oh no. You know, like,
and I just want to answer Crawling Chaos's question real quick, as he's asking about my channel. Crawling Chaos, my channel is called Ambassadorial Wing. You find my avatar, you see the avatar of Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's my channel, and you're there. So, or somebody wants to drop the link, that works too.
Yeah, I'll drop a link in there for you, man. Absolutely.
So, and thank you, Crawling Chaos, for asking. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
I mentioned it towards I mentioned towards 500, so I'm getting there.
I am subscribed, thankfully. Fortunately,
I know you are. I'm not worried about that.
Still. I mean, like with the way YouTube has been lately.
I know. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Oh, you do know about like the unsubscribe glitch, right?
Oh yes, no. I know about it.
The glitch it tells you that you've unsubscribed when you actually haven't unsubscribed. So you click subscribe, but it really unsubscribes you.
That's lovely.
It's a weird thing.
I've had people like RJ, William, and a couple others just tell me that they were literally watching the show and watched as it went from subscribed to unsubscribed. They didn't click anything. It just literally went. I mean, that could be part of the glitch, but they never. But like when they subscribed back, they were subscribed again. So
yeah,
I don't know. And honestly, it's weird because YouTube actually admitted to me that it's a problem, but now they literally want me to find 5 people who have been longtime supporters who it happened to make a video and say that it happened to them, and then find 5 people who are short-term supporters that it happened to make a video. And then like when they sent me that information, the next day they were like, "Where's it at?" And I'm like, "Are you serious? Like you send me something on a Saturday afternoon that says I got to get 10 people to make videos, and then you literally ask me the next day where it's at and if it's still important to me." Okay. Sure. Takes time.
Well,
just saying.
Yeah. Well, I was going to answer Josh's question. Josh, the only way I can get to membership is I have to reach monetization. I'm close on watch hours, but I'm way far off from subscribers. That's the big issue right there.
Might I recommend making Squid Game videos? Apparently, that's really good. That's like heavy spoilers. Like did a Squid Game video and it got like 20 million views, and like I mean, it was you know.
The thing I might work on is I'm working on my fan fiction project, which I made my big announcement tonight on my anniversary stream. But I'm actually looking at going to be I want to cover Masters of the Universe Revelation because I watched season 1 or part 1 of season 1, whatever way it's been categorized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I loved that show as a kid in the 80s. That show was great. Has part 2 come out yet, or is it supposed to come out soon?
It comes out on Tuesday, I think.
Next week? Okay.
Yeah, it drops on the 24th.
Cannot wait. I'm gonna binge that sucker all.
Hell yeah, dude!
Sitting.
5 episodes. That's like 2 hours. It's like 2 hours.
I cannot wait. I just bought a Faker action figure that I've got all the extras except for Moss Man. I'm just not really into Moss Man, but I got everything else from the show. Cannot wait for more. That show is absolutely fire. I don't care what anybody says. And you know what? That trailer for season 2.
I haven't seen the trailer. I'm
the
gonna
trailer
need to.
For season 2 proves everything that I've said from the beginning.
that people like Jeremy and all those guys are wrong?
Yeah, they're very wrong.
It's
And they're
guys, it's
monetizing. They're monetizing lies to save
Of course
face.
they are.
I know, but it's just
They're
but it
making
pisses me
Tila
off.
the He-Man.
They're gonna make Tila He-Man. Well, really, then you obviously just showed that you obviously don't know anything about Masters of the Universe. Good going on,
They
yeah.
made He-Man die.
But then there's all these butthurt people, all these butthurt men who are like, but I like watching He-Man in the 80s. And like all they ever got from a He-Man episode was, oh, I liked it when he became He-Man and he would kick butt.
you like when he got
I
He-Man?
literally had people like in my DMs and like leaving comments over and over again going, but see, this show should have just been about He-Man kicking Skeletor's butt all the time. No, that's not a story. That's not like a compelling story to bring an IP and out and tell a 10-part arc. That's not an arc. Just he's just gonna kick his butt again. The whole point is, what if Skeletor gets the power? That's amazing. That's an amazing story to be told. That like, whoops. Right, it's like you guys ever see that episode of Robot Chicken where where Skeletor accidentally, well, Beastman does it, but they accidentally kill He-Man.
Yes,
it's the best. Have you ever seen that?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure I have.
So basically, they're all fighting. It's Skeletor,
Wait,
Beastman, and Evil Lyn, and like they're all fighting and stuff. And the He-Man comes out, and like He-Man's just like, oh yeah, well, hey, somebody needs a good skull.
Actually, Enosh, let someone narrate it that's actually watched it more than once.
Excuse me, dude. I've watched that so many times, dude. You don't even know.
Then you haven't
you
even
talking
you
about?
haven't even quoted it right. They aren't
I
fighting.
wasn't quoting it. I was just explaining what happens in it.
Well, you weren't explaining it properly because what actually was happening is Skeletor's scheme was to chop down the oldest tree in Eternia.
Yeah.
And Beastman
isn't
gets
really
tired,
important to the
and
story.
then Superman comes in and is like, "A bird in the hand's worth two in the bush," and kicks Evil
I'm
Lyn
sorry,
right in the
Superman
crotch.
comes in. You're telling me I don't know the story when you're talking about trees getting cut down and Superman coming in.
I didn't say Superman. I said
You
He-Man.
said Superman.
You said Superman.
I said
You
He-Man.
said Superman.
You said Superman, dude.
I said He-Man.
Oh, okay.
But that's beside the point.
No, it ain't beside the point because you called me out, Ambassador, and tried to make a big deal about it. So and tried to tell me that I wasn't storing. I didn't care.
You weren't telling the story right, dude.
I didn't care about the oldest tree in Eternia. That just didn't matter to me. But you know what? I will definitely
That led
show.
to the death of Superman at the hands of Beastman.
Superman again. You said Superman again.
I said Beastman.
You said Superman.
I said Beastman. Y'all are going crazy.
No,
I said
dude.
Beastman.
You said,
I said Beastman.
You said Superman.
I did not.
That
know
dude
what I
Vince.
said. I said
Okay, hold on.
Beastman.
Well, you know what? This is now turned into, hey, let's show that our good friend here, the ambassador, doesn't even know what he says.
I said Beastman.
No, you
And
didn't.
I know for a fact I said Beastman. I know
No,
I
you
said
didn't. And let's
He-Man.
listen to the last couple of minutes. Story. That's not like a compelling story to bring an IP. Times, dude, you don't even know. There you go. Oh yeah. Well, hey, somebody needs a good skull.
Actually, Enosh, let someone narrate it that's actually watched it more than once.
Excuse me, dude, I watched that.
The salt is so funny.
What are you talking about? You haven't even quoted it right. They aren't
I wasn't
fighting.
quoting it. I was just explaining what happens.
Well, you weren't explaining it properly because what actually was happening is Skeletor's scheme was to chop down the oldest tree in Eternia.
Yeah.
And Beastman
Isn't
gets
really
tired,
important to
and
the story.
then I said Beastman. And
Oh,
it's like,
what was that?
Burn his, we're two in the bush and kicks Evil
I'm
Lyn
sorry,
right in the crotch.
Superman comes in. You're telling me I don't.
I said Beastman.
Talking about
You want to try
trees being
again?
cut. Ambassador.
I said Beastman. And I said Skeletor, and I said.
Did you just miss when
He-Man.
you just said Superman?
No, I said Beastman. Y'all need hearing aids.
Play it again.
Dude.
Play it
Oh my
again.
gosh.
Go back.
Okay.
For explaining it properly, because what actually was happening is Skeletor's scheme was to chop down the oldest tree in Eternia.
Yeah.
And Beastman
Isn't
gets
really
tired,
important to the
and
story.
then Superman comes in.
Beastman gets
who comes
tired,
in?
and Superman comes in.
All right, I meant to say He-Man. He-Man
Okay.
comes in and starts kicking all their asses. And then
We're going
Beastman takes
crazy.
an axe and
No,
stabs
dude.
Beastman. He-Man in
You
the back.
said Super-
For explaining it properly, because what actually was
I
happening
heard it the
is
first time.
Skeletor's
Now
scheme
stop
was to
it.
show up.
Well, you said it a second time. You said Superman twice.
Oh, get over it.
But you were so adamant.
Oh man.
But the point of the whole point of the thing is that they fight, okay? And He-Man's beating him up like Ambassador said, and he's like, laying him to waste. And then all of a sudden here comes Beastman with He-Man's axe and literally chops it right into He-Man's back. And He-Man falls over dead. And then like Skeletor's like, "Oh, what did you do? What did you do? What did you do? We're so screwed." And Beastman's just like, well, I don't know. I thought he would like move or block it or something. I mean, he's He-Man. And so they're just like, this is the first murder in all of Eternia because they never win. And then they end up back at Snake Mountain, and they're like huddled in a little corner, and Skeletor's just like, "Oh, we're so screwed. We're so screwed. We're so screwed." And Evil Lynn's like, "I'm going to turn over a new leaf. I'm not going to be known as Evil Lynn anymore. I'm going to be known as Good Lynn." And Skeletor looks at it and goes, Your name was Evil Lynn? I always thought it was Evelyn." And so then Orko
comes in
the
and
best part
whips
is
all their
Orko.
asses.
Well, because Orko goes and the sorceress Orko gets the power sword and he becomes, the new champion, and he goes through and like beats them all, and then he comes back to Castle Grayskull. It's the best line ever because he sees the sorceress and she's like, "Oh, good, Orko, you've retrieved the power sword. Now we can bring He-Man back to life." And Orko says, "Oh, you mean and I would go back to being regular old Orko and He-Man would be He-Man again and everybody would like him and stuff?" And she's like, "Well, yes." And he's like, "Oh yeah, that would be great." But then he stabs the sorceress.
That happened.
But then that happened.
And Josh
just
Bowen
watched
says
that
this
bit,
is dumber
and
than watching Fox
it's
News
hilarious.
versus CNN. You know what this is? This is like the nerd version of the McLaughlin group. Does anybody besides me or Enoch know what that is?
I've heard. I know. Like, I remember seeing it in like TV guides or whatever, and it's like the McLaughlin group. I have no idea what that is.
Look,
It sounds
okay,
like a bunch
all
of
right.
old white dudes.
Jarbo, go look up Saturday Night Live, the McLaughlin group. You will laugh your ass
There's some
off.
good ones. Yeah, there's some good political
Oh
ones
my
on
gosh.
that.
Dana Carvey as John McLaughlin. It's comedy gold.
It's the time travel
Absolute-
stream where we
absolute
prove to
comedy
Ambassador
gold.
that he said Superman over and over again.
Whatever. You know what? It's 3:00 in the morning. What do you want? What do you all want from me?
Hey, the only reason I met your tenor on that was because you came in hard at me saying that let someone who's watched it more than once explain the
Yes,
thing you're
and
trying
I
to
was-
explain. I don't even know what part you're trying to explain, Enoch, but there's this oldest tree in Eternia, see? And
Well, that's what the freaking
I know,
short was about.
but like I know, but it's not even like relevant to like the.
It is
the
relevant.
depth
It's the entire reason for the skit.
And
They're
I
chopping
didn't-
down
wait,
a
what-
tree.
what are you
They're
talking about?
trying
That's
to
right. I didn't
harness
say
its
anything.
power so they can conquer Castle Grayskull.
Wait, hold on. I didn't
And
say
then-
anything about a tree.
I did.
No, I didn't.
It's the whole point of the
I didn't
entire
say anything
skit.
about a tree.
I'm gonna make you eat a tree, you dandrophiliac.
Wait now, hold on.
Eat some broccoli, Enosh.
I don't know. I don't know at this point.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
How about this?
Previously on Little House on the Prairie.
Your paw smells like a dumb old horse.
You know they use that scream, the and Brad notice.
Yeah, it's the Wilhelm
Yeah.
scream. It's
Yeah,
in
that's-
so many things.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Jarbo,
the
I'm
ones.
amazed you don't know what a dendrophiliac is.
It's a
I heard
person who
that
has sex with trees.
Exactly.
I know what a
That's why-
dendrophiliac is. I've seen the movie Can't Hardly Wait.
I have the movie Can't Hardly Wait on DVD. I love that
Ambassador?
movie.
Ambassador.
That's where I first.
That is a joke. I get it. It is not funny, but I get it.
That does sound about accurate, to be honest with you.
Yes. Because we all know Michael Dorn has no sense of humor.
Well, you know what?
I've worked.
Cluck was wrong.
Oh man.
Shiftygism, my wife would agree with you on that one. Little House of the Prairie is legit. The I don't.
You know what? So my ex-wife got me a Little House. I'll be honest with you. Like I used to mess with her and tease her all the time about Little House on the Prairie, and I hated it. And then you know how I got addicted is I literally watched the episode about drugs where what's his name gets hooked on morphine, and I was like, wait a second, Little House did a drug episode, like what the heck? And I watched the whole thing, and then it used to be I worked third shift and I come home and every morning at I think it was like 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. or 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. TBS would play back-to-back Little House on the Prairie episodes. And so the first episode was that drug episode, and I was like, holy cow. And then the second episode, I was like, I got sucked into that one too. It's it became what was that? What was the show? Law and Order to me. Like if I watch the first 5 minutes, or if I watch the first intro to Law and Order, I'm sucked into the thing and I'm going to watch the whole thing. So it's just.
And by the time you're done, it's 5 o'clock it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
You still haven't taken a shower and you need a nap, but you're like,
by the way,
I must know if they're going to solve the case.
Right. Little House on the Prairie, by the way, the best and greatest series finale to any show ever. Do you remember how they ended Little House on the Prairie?
Yeah, they burnt the whole town down.
They didn't burn it down. They blew it up. They dynamited the entire city. And do you know why?
Yeah, because the studios wanted to use the set for another show, and they refused to let that happen.
Yep,
and
that's so awesome.
Yes,
that's such an FU to the entire studio because
they
canceled Little House after all that time, and then they revealed that they had plans for the set, and so the writers of Little House wrote it into the script that during the last episode, these big time city folk were coming in and buying up their town and they were going to use it for something else. And so the townsfolk come up and before the people could take it over, they give them the land, but they blow up all their houses and shops and everything that the city folk were going to take. That's just an awesome. I'm sorry. That's just an awesome.
So essentially they did the same thing to Walnut Grove that was done to Rock Ridge and Blazing Saddles.
That is true.
Think about it.
However, was at any point in time, did some Klansman yell out, "Hey, where are the white women at?"
And they take off the hood, and who is it? Cleavon Little.
Oh man, my hand's a little dark from cross burning. Don't worry, see, it's coming off.
Oh my God!
Love Blazing Saddles. I love Blazing Saddles.
Right. Hey, Caden, you just sent me a tweet that has a new Spider-Man No Way Home TV spot.
Yeah.
Have you watched it yet?
Yeah.
So is there any new reveal in it or anything?
I mean, they show more footage of that scene.
I'm looking at it right now, but I'm not listening.
Crawling
to it,
chaos.
A lizard. There's a lizard
remember.
full on. Just shot full on focusing on lizard, full on shot focusing on J. Jonah, and a whole Happy Hogan sequence.
Yeah, I'm seeing the lizard.
You mean Commissioner Gordon?
Stop.
Yeah,
bald Commissioner Gordon.
It goes right from the lizard to here. I'll just show it real quick.
Is that a dinosaur?
Yeah, I'm not going to show the whole thing real quick, but I'll just show this little thing so you guys can see what it looks like.
Oh. I'm gonna have to sort of disagree with you. I think Ghostbusters Afterlife was great.
So there's Lizard.
Ah.
So we
it looks like he's having a lizard-gasm.
Right?
Well, I mean, he's not the only one who's going to be finishing in that movie.
There's Electro, but then right after there you get Commissioner Gordon.
You know, I actually have
the quality of that looks like he's got a Hitler stash.
It does. It really does.
Doesn't it?
I noticed this too. So you got the Happy Hogan thing, but does it look like? Well, so you get this too, which is interesting.
And
but
everybody in
then,
the chat's talking about Matlock and
So-
Walker,
so-
Texas Ranger, and
it's funny because he's going against Doc Ock with the Iron Spider suit, which is funny.
Yeah, I think this is before that whole sequence of him taken away.
Of him what?
Taking the suit away from him, Doc Ock. Taking it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's still got Doc Ock still has the tentacles there, but
Yeah.
But they're not red and
red.
they're not red yet.
Exactly.
I just find it funny that Doc Ock is like, oh, nanotech, yoink, minesies.
Minesies, thank you
well,
so
he is
much.
Autowash he is exceedingly smart.
No, that's true. I'm telling you though, like, if they want to make the best Spider-Man movie, just adapt the video game.
Which one?
The one that came out in 2018.
Oh, dude.
Complete with that ending. They gotta nail that ending though.
Oh.
That would just make everyone go, what?
That ending. Oh man, just rip your freaking heart out and show it to you, just like the high priest from Temple of Doom.
Yes. Wait, hold on, Enosh. You're going to see Snyder Cut tomorrow?
Yeah,
Today?
yeah. I'm going where Snyder Cut comes to Detroit. It's going to be at a theater here. All the proceeds going to benefit AFSP. And
Nice.
so,
Is it IMAX or is it?
No, it's not IMAX. No,
it's
but it's on the big screen. I mean,
that's worth it right there.
Yeah,
I know because I thought
saw BVS at so
cool. I saw something. I remember Zach saying like they had given him like 3 IMAX screenings or something. At some point they were gonna do that, but I would hope that they would re-release it.
Yeah, this is something arranged by some people, in the fandom and just.
And they actually got Warner's to sign off on it.
Well, I think that this is like one of those deals.
I
don't know what they did. I don't know what they did, but they showed. Well, no, they must have though because it's an official thing that they've been promoting and everybody knows about it and Zach knows about it. When they did BVS, Zach did a whole intro for it because it's people who've been part of the movement forever, and Zach did an intro for it. So Zach was very aware of it and the AFSP showed up in an official capacity, and that's where I got like my posters and stuff of the Victor Wu posters and everything. I mean, so it was an official thing, but it wasn't like an official Warner Brothers showing of it. You know what I mean? It was people who came together. So, and knowing the people, I'm sure that they got, some kind of permission, especially like they were broadcasting it everywhere. So it wasn't like it's like a hidden thing. You know what I mean?
You can do watch parties and stuff. And this is
but if you're going to put a movie in theaters that you don't have the rights, like the license agreement to put in theaters, you can get that's going to get you in some trouble.
But that's not this situation. This situation is not going to get them in trouble.
Yeah,
they very much are and also right now, because it's not in theater. It's not in theaters. They're not putting movies in theaters right now. Right now, dude, you can literally run a theater and show any movie you want. You can literally bring your own Blu-ray and show any movie that you want. You're just renting the theater and you're having a private party. That's all it is. I mean, I don't know that that's this situation, but I'm just telling you, like my theater just down the street, you can literally rent the theater, show any movie you want. You bring your own Blu-ray.
That's all the AMC's here, all the Regals here.
See, the thing with that is though, is like, that is such a weird thing. I know it's a private event, which is probably how they're getting away from it, like around it, like on a legal setting, but like the EULA on the movie it's a single use license for private home screening. I mean, I guess if you're renting out a location and playing it, that's one thing. I mean, either way, that's effing cool that you're going to go see it,
Yeah, I think too though, because working with the church, man, you can get mechanical licenses to show movies. I mean, we used to do it at the churches that I've been at like several times, like where you literally just pay a mechanical license to show it it's still a private event, because obviously you're not, it's not like you're releasing the film, but you're having a large private event and you're showing it on a big screen, and you can do that. You just have to rent the mechanical license for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, so
we did it all the time.
When I worked at the discount theater, we had one of the managers from another another part of the company. He started doing these like Saturday night cult films, and he would work the deal with the companies and stuff, and then like organize the shipping of the print and everything. But like, and he was telling me he'd pay like $150 to like rent just like get the print and then play it for a night, and he'd make like, he'd pack a theater, with like $10 tickets for, or whatever. So like he would make some money on it, not a lot, but like he did it more for fun. But yeah, it's like, but then I'll tell you this though,
it's a little different though too, because nowadays, because like say any church that does it on the up and up is we have like copyright licenses, right? I mean, like especially now with music publishing and stuff like that. Anytime you see any church that pretty much puts anything up on a screen as far as lyrics or anything like that, or plays songs or whatever, they have to buy a copyright license to be able to do those things. And then the thing is there's reporting that comes with that. That was like part of my job, is that there's reporting that comes with that. Is once a year you have to report on the songs that you use and everything, and then your monthly subscription to that for your license gets distributed based on like how many times you play that song and all these different things. But nowadays, because you don't have to get the print of something, you don't have to do all that. If you show the film, you literally just get a license, and it doesn't cost all that. You literally can get a video license, and with the video license, there's an automatic like treasure trove of films that you're automatically cleared for, and then like anything above and beyond that you apply for, because like Warner Brothers isn't really like overseeing that. Like literally these movies are now out into the public. There's companies now, the third-party companies that do this now for them, right? And so you don't have to work directly with Warner Brothers or anything like that. You literally just, we lost Ambassador. Sorry, he must have said that he had to go or something. Did I miss that? Oh yeah, sorry. Ambassador said he had to go. He says, I'm going to head out. Y'all have a good night. A pleasure as always. Enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League, Nash. You've earned it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. But yeah. Yeah, it's as simple now as literally just getting the mechanical license for it, and as long as you do that, it's different. So,
which I'm sure them partnering up with ASP, they've done that probably.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not part of like putting it on, but I know that they did with BVS. I mean, it was obviously the movie theater wouldn't do it if they were going to get in trouble for it, because it's like literally one of the most like uppity movie theater. It's on the second floor of a building in Birmingham, Michigan, in like this really ritzy area. So like, yeah, it's cool. You go into this building and you have to go up to the second floor, and that's where the movie theater is and stuff. So it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet. So yeah, I'll have a good time. So yeah, I'll report back to y'all how that goes. But yeah, I got to get up in the morning. So
tell me all the spoilers.
All the spoilers for Zack Snyder's Justice League. It has an alternate ending where it continues the Snyderverse.
Exactly.
Yeah, love it.
They're like, we got a secret copy from Zack Snyder and Warner Brothers themselves.
Exactly.
With the Green Lantern scene and everything.
Dude, that'd be sweet. With all the people, I mean, Wonder Meg's going to be there. There's gonna be a bunch of other people there, so I don't even know who else is gonna be there. But yeah, Tiffany and I'll be in there this morning. What's up, Mark? Says, hey Nash, hope you're well. I watched Rocky IV director's cut at the cinema last night. A totally different movie with much more Apollo and Adrian. Definitely worth a watch. So I watched it, but I fell asleep through most of it, and that wasn't the movie's fault. That was just the day that my grandma passed, and so I was absolutely exhausted, and I knew I was going to, but we had tickets to go see it, and so Tiffany watched it, and she really enjoyed it. Now I'm going to have to rewatch it again on streaming because I missed most of it, but not the movie's fault. That was not the movie's fault. It was my fault. So there you go. All right, guys. J Money says, you had me at Wonder Meg. Yes, she will be there. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, yeah. So we'll go over our Jared Leto story tomorrow night or whatever, and just kind of and deal with that, because that's a fun story, and look forward to talking about that with you. Thanks for dropping in, Matt. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, sorry, man. It's been a long.
No, I hear you, man. It's
my
been a long day for
my
me, too.
sister
You
got
can probably
married
tell by
today.
my eyes. You can probably tell by my eyes.
Yeah.
Like I've got this like sinus thing going on, and like my eyes were just like all red before I started. And I was like, Tiff, do you got any
I hate when
Visine?
your
Like
eyes are flushed.
I know they're dry and itchy right now, and it's just like. But
It's
I gotta
like,
do a show.
it just feels
Oh yeah. Well, what was it like? No, today my sister got married today, so we had to like
Congrats to
go.
her.
Thank you. Had
Thank
to
you,
go
Shaggy.
down to like Portland, and then take the 2 kids, and it's like a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old at a wedding. Especially I was like videoing it and stuff, and like helping set up and stuff, and it's like, oh my god. And then at one point, my 2-year-old, like comes over, and she's just got this like handful of cake, and we're like, "Where the hell did you get that cake?" And she's just munching on it. And we're like, "Fuck it!" Like, you know what? At this point, we got to go, and it looks safe, because like
it looks safe.
It looks safe. She's fine. She's very much alive. But
it's like as long as she doesn't get that in the seats in the car.
No, I think because there was like they went to a hotel, they catered it and stuff like that, and so I think she grabbed a piece that was like off of there, off of the table that had the pieces of cake on, and so like it was fun. It was a good time. My new brother-in-law is a huge nerd, so he based like every table. He designed the wedding, and he based every table based on another science fiction property. So my table was, and he did this on purpose. My table was the Mandalorian, and so like it was called the Razor Crest table, and so it had a little like Razor Crest toy in it, and then they had like one of those Mandalorian. I think it was like the standard one you get at the store. Like I think it's like not the black figure, but maybe it is. Either way, I stole that son of a bitch, and it's home with me now. And
If you're watching this, Matt Jarbo's brother-in-law.
No, I told him. I said I'm taking it. And he's like, all right. I'm all like, that's what brothers do. But no, but then he built like a Stargate, right? Like this ring. It's like it was meant to be like a Stargate and stuff, and like that was like what they like the altar they got married under was like a Stargate ring.
Well, that's cool.
And I mean, he's a huge nerd. He's a really good guy. Like he's really good for my sister. So I'm really happy that like they're together.
Nice.
But like, yeah, he's a gigantoid nerd. And I had to go up there and give a speech, and then I don't know him super well, so I had to kind of wing it. And then like I'm all like, I'm glad they're going to be able to enjoy all this nerdy stuff together. And probably we're going to be talking about all of it ourselves. And then I go, except for anime, because I'm a 40-year-old man. and like, but all of his friends were like super into anime. They took like major offense.
They're like, how dare you?
I know one girl later on, like, wait, she's like, how do you not like anime? I'm like, I don't know. I just haven't really watched anything that's good. She's like, no, what have you watched? Like, I can recommend you some.
Right.
Like, have you seen
Dude,
Demon Slayer?
Dude, because that's everybody who loves anime telling everybody who
That's what
says,
people
even
that ask me
mentions.
to, like,
If you even suggest, Matt, that like I get that a lot because I'm not really into anime, but everybody keeps convincing me that I just have not found that right anime for me. Like it's a relationship that I just haven't found the right one, man. And
You'll get there eventually, Enosh. You'll find it.
Apparently, eventually,
You'll find your anime.
I will find that one true anime that's good for me. So, I mean, I thought it was Voltron, but apparently Voltron doesn't count, and Transformers doesn't count either. So,
apparently, Star Wars Visions doesn't count.
Tiffany found hers. She loves Death Note, man. She loves Death Note. So, my son even found his anime this week. What did he say he found? Like, somebody was talking because my son Landon hasn't liked anime either, and there was some integration with Fortnite, which of course I explained to him, dude, you're a sheep. That's exactly why Fortnite does these integrations, like with various characters and different things, because they get you. Yeah, because that's what happened was.
But wait, aren't you like a shepherd of a flock?
Funny. No, but that's what I was trying to explain to him. Like that's what the Fortnite, things are about, right? Is as
Right.
they integrate these
It's
characters.
advertisement.
So they introduced some character from some anime, and so he went and started watching it, and then he comes down and he's just like, now I'm really into that. Like I've watched like a few episodes. He's like, the problem is there's like 700 and something episodes of this thing, and he's like, and I like it. I'm just like, yeah, welcome to anime, dude.
There's like
it could be worse. You could be
1,000
like
episodes.
right, and like you could be into Doctor Who all of a sudden, like, and have to go back with like decades of that, like.
No, I would just if my child came to me and said, "Dad, I really started watching this Doctor Who show," I'd immediately go, "Stop," because I am not going to listen to none of the crap that's going to come out of your mouth post David Tennant.
Matt Jarbo. Here's Matt Jarbo arguing with his kid.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business.
Look, I'm gonna need you to leave.
I'm going to need you to leave.
Pretty
Or
much.
it's that
Pretty much.
that argument with the two dudes, so like the Wicked Witch of the East and all that. About the whole Doctor Who's like, which one's better? There's like, have you seen guys that little meme where the two dudes are arguing over like who's the sister of the Wicked Witch of the East and Oz or something?
No, I have not seen that.
It's hilarious.
I do make fun of that meme. That
Mo Moon with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mo Moon. Says Jarbo makes fun of my love for anime and wrestling. So here's the thing. I love wrestling. Anime has just been something that I just have not found that thing that gets me into it. But you know what, man? For you, so I'm gonna give you this so that you can go after Matt.
I'm gonna get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
That sounds.
And you know what? I'm gonna give this to Mo too.
It's still real to me, damn it!
Heck yeah, it is. So there you go. All right, guys. Well, hey, I'm gonna get out of here because I need some sleep desperately. But hey, yes, 50 Gizm, you're absolutely right, Kumite. So here's a funny thing I did. I got this outro and everything that I usually play, and I completely accidentally deleted it right before I started tonight. I was deleting something else, a different clip, and I deleted the old outro, and so I threw one together because I couldn't find that clip anymore. Right, I know it's here somewhere, and so I'll have it back. But hey, guys, thank you guys for being here. Caden, thank you for showing up, man. Appreciate you being
It's
here
my
tonight.
first time being on the lounge.
Is this your first time to be on the lounge?
Yep.
I thought you'd been here before. I would have
Nope.
totally welcomed you. I totally thought you had been here before.
I haven't been here before. It's my first time.
Oh, dude, I didn't realize that this was your first time in the lounge, man. Well,
That's not
I'm
fun,
sorry.
yeah.
No, dude, I literally thought I thought you had been here before. So, well, you know what? We're going to give you a bonus then, okay? We're going to give you a bonus.
Robert Loxley, give me a bonus.
I need to get more cigars and smack my secretary on the ass.
Because you're on a bonus.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for being Caden. Everybody give Caden a warm welcome. Late as it is, he's at the 4-hour, 33-minute mark. We give him yes.
That's about how long my stream went last night.
Yeah.
Protoss is like, oh my god, I love that outro. Yeah, it's just one night, buddy. Don't worry. We'll have the old outro back. I'll play you this other thing. You get to still see the same thing, just not the same music. So, all right. Well, hey guys, thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone who came on the panel tonight. Appreciate everybody showed up. You guys are awesome. Thank you to everybody who was in the chat. You guys are fantastic. Thanks to everyone, and of course, thanks to everyone who gave super chats and is part of that. Also, obviously, I have as a giveaway for this month. Where'd he go? Or for this month? It's for just the giveaway.
He goofy and walk away.
Where'd he go?
It's like the elf on the shelf.
Yeah, he's like right here. Superman. Oh, here's Superman. There he goes. So don't forget everybody who gave super chats tonight, or if you become part of the Patreon, or you could become a member, or you just drop a gift to the Patreon, or not the Patreon, the PayPal or the Cash App. You're automatically in line for this giveaway. We are going to give this guy away. I'll give this guy away tomorrow night. How's that sound? All right. So I've been preoccupied with family stuff this last week, and I have not gotten to the point to give this away. So everybody who's given up to this point, know that you are definitely still in the running for this. That doesn't change. So we'll be giving this away to somebody tomorrow night. All right, guys. Thanks for being a part of the lounge and for supporting the lounge just by coming here. We really appreciate you guys. All right. And so don't forget, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations. And that's what we do here at the lounge. And make sure that, you know what, at least you don't have to agree with everybody, but at least, you know, at the end of the day, try to respect everyone. All right. And if you do that, there'll always be a place in the Point Extra Lounge for you. And yes, Protoss, I'm very sorry. This will be the one time that I play this, unless it catches on and, you know, people like it, but, you know, probably not. There you go. We'll see you guys next time. Stay nerdy.